All right, we're live. Decided to do some. It's going to be writing some Typescript, building out a website. I've also got a bunch of Hacktoberfest reviews, so I'll do some Hacktoberfest reviews as this goes on. Pet peeve: typos. I'm creating this PR for the common meters to optimize the conflict resolution once individual meters are approved. Let's remove that. Seems a little fragile. Seems like an okay PR though. Common meters. He only did AC voltmeter. Yeah, looking good so far. I guess tag me for review when it's ready. I would merge one by one personally. Maybe we can figure out how to resolve the conflicts automatically somehow. E.g. moving the common generated files into a build step and not committing them. All right, let's jump into the main thing we're doing, which is snippets. So TS Circuit Snippets is a website for running TS Circuit snippets of code. This project is going to open up to Hacktoberfest contribution pretty soon. You could start on it now, but I haven't done like issue generation, so you'd kind of like have to figure stuff out, which I love. But if you work on dumb stuff, then like I'll be like, all right, I don't like that. I was just working on this login sign up button, so I think I'll continue with that. Doesn't do anything right now. Header login component. This is all AI generated. So if we're not logged in, yeah, okay. So if I set that to true, I'm logged in and I have a little menu. So it's pretty good. I don't like how big that avatar is. See if we can shrink that. Too small. Perfect? I think so. I think what I'll do, just to make life easy for testing in mockup mode, is we'll just have these two buttons kind of invert the state. And it's really easy to flip around. So if you sign out, yeah, okay. Sign in, sign out. Just make it easy to test this kind of stuff. We'll fix it later, but it requires adding a lot of stuff. This new button doesn't work either. It's kind of irritating. A lot of stuff is kind of like easy first issues, so I'm going to try to avoid those. The main thing I want to do is get this AI working. So I can say like LED. You basically want to say stuff like blinking LED, and then it should generate a full circuit for it. But right now it errors a lot. So this bug was fixed. So I'm going to update a dependency to fix this guy. So we'll do bun update latest TIA circuit core, and we should get the fix for that. Cool. Let's refresh that. Blinking LED. If you look at other AI services, what they do is this code block goes away when it's generating. So I also want to do that today. LED pin 1 has no matched PCB components. LED, yeah, because it has no footprint. This error could definitely be improved. Kind of need to see the code. Yeah, let's do this. Doesn't have footprint prop defined. Error should be can't reference LED pin 1 because LED 1 does not have footprint defined. It's a pretty good issue. It's very testable. I'll even put in the code here. Improve error. I'm going to label this good first issue. For this repo, how I think about repos is they each have a different difficulty. And for this repo, that is a good getting start issue. And this one I fixed yesterday. Forgot to tag it. Making errors readable is so essential because AI can get a feedback loop. I guarantee if I click this right now, it's not going to figure it out. Yeah, it added PCBY. They couldn't figure it out. So, you really want this, fix error with AI button to work. By the way, nobody who has AI chat companions seems to have this fix error with AI button, and I have no idea why. I think it's a great idea. I just turned up my mic volume a bunch. Hopefully that's better. All right, what do we want to do? I could spend some time fixing this AI. I have a benchmark suite for it. That might be the best use of time to figure out this generation. This code block kind of bothers me too. Yeah, it's a really, really weird day today because there's so much to do. It almost doesn't matter where I start. But this code block does annoy me. So maybe we start with things I'm annoyed by. Whatever annoys me the most. Let's commit header login. This project is really early stage, so I'm just committing to main. I don't need my Hacktoberfest PRs. I'll create one issue on this repo if somebody wants to dive in. Because this new dropdown doesn't work, so Whoops. Oh, shoot. Oh. This should work. Make new drop-down work. And then the options, if you go to editor, should have these options. This project is so easy to run. Sometimes you just nail it with the project architecture, and this one I think I nailed it. It's so simple. So even though like I feel like really complex things are happening in this repo, it's just like button start, just uses Vite. Vite has a proxy set up for a server, and there's a server fake, so very easy to run. Let's make sure this is tagged. It's tagged for Hacktoberfest. It's a little light on the README. We could fix that. Apparently I have some merge conflict. Remove package lock. I guess that got merged yesterday. Sure. The only thing is they didn't add it to getIgnore, so somebody else will probably add it again, so. Whoops. Let's write a README and then I'll post this issue to the Discord. Oh, I should also, I guess, tell people I'm live. That might be interesting to people who are trying to contribute. I'm live now doing coding. Yeah. Cool. Right. So we wanted to add a README. So I really like to add READMEs just by having AI generate it to start. See if we can figure out the project. So I'm using Ada to do this. Write a really good README that tells people how to get started. The only reason I'm streaming today is because my house is like the perfect temperature. It's super hot in San Francisco, but in the mornings, there's like this brief period of time where my house is perfectly temperate. Use a consistent coding style. What the hell is this? That cost 12 cents. I paid 12. Ooh, it wrote a contributing MD. Wow, they are really going all out. Whoa, what the? Don't execute that. Oh, no. It cloned the repo inside the repo. Sorry, I kind of just blindly clicked on that. Okay, contributing to TS Circuit snippets. We love your input. We want to make contributing to this project as easy as blah, 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 blah. We develop with GitHub. We use GitHub Flow. Wow, this is a lot. Okay. I'm not even kidding. Oh, it's so AI. npm run lint. We don't even have that command. We don't have that command. We don't have lint. We can add format, though. That's how we format. We can also add format check. You know, sure. This project uses bun. Obviously. Oh, it's adapted from something. Okay, whatever. Let's check out the README, which was what you were actually supposed to do. Wow, look at that. Okay. You just need bun. You know what? It's kind of good. I like it. Yo, Gizen, what up, dude? How's it going? Add README and contributing guidelines. People love front-end projects because they can always find some dumb nit to fix. No offense, guys, but I don't like contributions that are just to get your points up, right? Like, you got to get some impact on that. Imposter Engineer, what up? Yeah, I'm doing a day stream. Who knows why? Who friggin' knows why? All right, make dropdown work. Now that I have this amazing README, you should be able to figure out how to make the dropdown work. And it better friggin' look good. If the oh my gosh, if somebody does this PR without posting a screenshot, I'm gonna lose my mind. I should also format the repo. Okay, let's post this. New issue on schematic repo. New issue on snippets repo for those who want to do front end. All good. I myself plan to learn React. Finished up learning some JS basic. Way to go, man. We'll start with React soon. That's awesome. I love it. Make sure you use AI. That is my tip for everyone. Use AI. Ooh, I can put my name in here instead of ShadCN. I won't do it. I'll keep ShadCN. It'll be weird. People see my face everywhere. They already see enough of my face. Let's see. Let's find out. What do we want to do here? So we could keep working on this AI chat. I think we will. Rashab, what up? Good to see you. Yeah, and by the way, guys, if you see anything you want me to review or whatever, a lot of times when I start streaming Discord and stuff like that, my notifications turn off. So I don't always know if I got a notification to review something. So you can just pop it in chat, and then I'll, review it on stream if anybody wants a review on stream. Shout out to Rashab, who's making our schematic viewer work, and that is a thankless and difficult task. And comparably, what I'm doing right now is a lot more fun. I'm going to be doing some less fun stuff. I'm going to try to do a benchmark test suite for the prompts, and that'll be like there won't be a visual element to it, so it might be more boring, but other than pretty green colors in our terminals. So what I want to do now, it irritates me. Nobody else shows this code block. Let me see, if I go to v0 dev, make a drop down where for creating a new project where the options are new circuit board, new package, and new footprint. So this might give some inspiration to whoever works on that issue. But anyway, if you look at this, in that AI output, it turns its code block into this nice artifact. That's what it's usually called. That actually doesn't look that good, so maybe don't take inspiration from that. Maybe make it blue because the new button's blue, but whatever. Anyway, that interface is kind of nice. I like this artifact thing, but it's kind of non-trivial to set it up, so we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I think the element is called like AI code chat or AI chat interface. And then this file has chat input, messages. Yeah, okay, so it's part of a message. So let's isolate this into its own file. If we're really lucky, VS Code will do this kind of automatically for us. So I should be able to select all of this and then do move to new file. We'll see if it works. Yeah, for some reason, this is super broken for me lately. And it makes me very sad. But we'll do it manually. I also feel like it should be like AI chat message. Just because, I don't know, message is a little bit of a generic name. So when you move something to a new file, my recommendation is just to copy all of the imports and then remove the unused ones as opposed to moving them over one by one. It's just easier. Okay, so we've got a dedicated file here for AI chat message. Let's do some renaming. And notice I did not capitalize AI. That is the Google naming convention. We use the Google naming convention. And the way to know how to name things with the Google convention is you convert it to snake case, and then you use the snake case version to convert it into Pascal case, okay? So AI, the letters AI are not separated in snake case, and so they shouldn't be separated in Pascal case. It took me a long time to endorse this way of naming. It looked weird to me at first. Microsoft's convention is different, but it's just so consistent. Once you start using it, everybody names things the right way. So even though it's like unnatural, it's like totally worth it for the consistency. It's just the way it is, right? We don't live in a perfect world, all right? If everybody knew what an acronym was, maybe we wouldn't have this. Copy multi, what up? I'm doing pretty good. I'm chilling. I'm vibing. We're doing some front-end code. We're trying to make our chat look more like V0s. Kind of doesn't look as good as V0s right now. I also like their box element, and I like that you can attach snippets. There's like a lot of cool stuff. And look at this. When you scroll up, they give you this nice indicator. And see how it floats? Can you guys see that? How it floats? Oh, shoot. I zoomed in too much. Look at that. It's floating. It's going up and down. It's beautiful. So, yeah, but right now I just want this artifact to show up. I feel like I'd be pretty happy with that artifact. So we're going to edit AI chat message, and what we'll do is we'll scan the message content, and if we see that it has a code block, we'll like do some special parsing on it. Of course, I'm not going to do any of that. I'm going to have an AI write all the code for that because it sounds like a lot of work. Before I have AI edit anything. Ooh, it says I'm in the middle of a rebase. I guess I forgot it was rebasing. Let me just finish this rebase. Ooh, I messed up. Refactor AI chat interface. Okay, so we're going to commit that. Then we're going to do a rebase continue. All right, we might have messed something up. Let's see. Nope, we're good. Sometimes that happens with rebases. They don't end up being that bad. But rebases, I find I have to give up on the most. So, like, if you have to abort a rebase, get rebase abort, don't be afraid to do it, because sometimes you just gotta do that. I'm seeing some Slack notifications, so let me see. I have GitHub notifications via Slack. So, oh, nope, nothing. What up, Adnan Samuel? Oh, hey, I recognize your last name. Were we talking on GitHub? Welcome to the project. Good to have you here. I hope you get many contributions and win a hat. Does everybody know they can win a hat? I feel like I haven't talked about the hat enough. Look at this hat. Look at it. It's amazing. I spent 3 hours designing this. You can also just buy the hat. Oh, yeah, I didn't renew my Shopify license. All right, well, I'll renew Shopify at some point, and you'll be able to buy the hat. Yeah, I need to figure out shipping to. It's actually supposed to. My version of the hat is supposed to arrive very soon, so hopefully I can wear it. And I'm also gonna make a white version. But I need to figure out shipping internationally. So please don't be mad at me if it takes a couple weeks to get you a hat, because international shipping is a pain in the ass. You know, honestly, 3 hours, definitely worth it. Definitely worth it. Thank you. Thank you. A lot of hat compliments. I appreciate all of them. It was, I mean, that's a lot. 3 hours. Think of what you can do with AI in 3 hours. It's incredible. And instead I was in GIMP just drawing those lines. All right, let's see. So what the hell were we working on? Oh yeah, message. Okay. This is going to be a little bit tricky to describe to the AI. If message.content inside of AI chat message contains a code fence, create a artifact inside the message bubble that and don't show the code fence content. The artifact is a box with rounded corners that should say generating if the code fence isn't closed. Oh, PMing. Wow. By the way, no, I don't think we've met before. It's the YouTube algorithm that suggested your live stream. Okay. Sorry for mistaking you for people on GitHub. I'm actually glad you're not the person who I was talking to on GitHub, because they wanted to create issue templates for our repos. And issue templates are actually a pet peeve of mine. So I am willing to contribute this year. Can you suggest where I can start? I absolutely can. Go to blog.tscircuit.com, and then this first post here, build electronics in TypeScript with React. If you go into this post, there are videos for each project that show you how to contribute. Sometimes you have to click into them, but for a lot of projects, this one I filmed last night, we have a video that shows you how to get started. And the videos are 15 to 30 minutes, and I think they're pretty good for just diving in, because I do a full contribution from scratch. I also, just all the dev streams on the blog can be pretty helpful if you kind of want to learn passively. Like, I'm sure like 90% of the people who listen to my live streams do. They're probably working in the background. It is kind of midday, so I would be surprised if you weren't, at least if you're in the US. All right, it looks like it tried to do it, the AI. So let's check it out. Let's see what it did. I'm apparently too green, so I'm like kind of coming through transparent. I don't really know how to fix that. Let me see if I can fix that though. Looks is that your own website, Sevi? What, TS Circuit Snippets? Yes. This is one of our websites, but this one is like not really live yet. This one is in early development. And then, yes, sounds good. Please check it out. How do I make the green screen a little bit less transparent? Let's see. Let's turn this down. Nope, too much. Okay. I've got a little bit of an outline, but I think that's better. I think you missed my comment above. Can you review that on live stream? It would be nice. I did miss that comment, and it's not showing on my thingy. Just really bad at comments. Rashab, you might have to link me again. I'm sorry. I apologize. I do see a couple PRs. That one I've already reviewed. Why don't I see it? Yeah, I'm sorry, Rashab. Can you repost? Maybe links don't show up on the Restream tool. Like maybe because this chat on the left side comes from Restream. So if it doesn't show up on the stream, I can't see it. And that's because I do the multi-platform chat. You can also DM me on Discord, and I'll try to keep my Discord relatively open. But sorry about that. Showtime. What up? All right, let's see if this code block works. It didn't work. That's not working at all. Oh, it did it after? Useless. Okay. So we got to tell the AI what the problem was. And remember, each of these messages cost me 10 cents. So let's not waste money here. When a code fence is incomplete, we should still show the artifact in artifact. You know what I think the problem is all of these should be optional. Like, I don't know. I'm kind of just guessing, but I think that's the fix. I'm just going to test that out. Ooh, I crashed everything. Okay. Somehow that ended up getting like, I don't know, a null part or something. Because it says starts with undefined. If not parts, return. What do I return? Empty text. I feel like I messed it up. All right, let's try again. Blinking LED circuit. Check my Discord to see if... yeah, I got a DM. All right. Let's do a review on stream. By the way, this just is completely broken now, so I really messed up this code. We'll come back to this. I'm going to remove my change. I'm going to remove my change and ask it. When a code fence is incomplete, we should still show the artifact. Right now, it only shows the artifact after the code fence is complete/closed. Okay. While that's generating our new code, I am going to review what Rashab sent me. Create this scene in circuit to SVG. How's this? Ooh, wow. Okay. Not loving the serif, I'll say that, but I know that that's not critical. This looks amazing. This looks amazing. And for people who don't know, we're cloning KiCad's style, or not. Yeah, I mean, we basically want to match KiCad's style. So this is great. This is great. I would definitely switch to sans serif, but this is amazing. And then these, we're going to want to automatically put an SI prefix on these. So this would show up as 10 microfarad, and this one would show up as 10 kilo, or 100K, and then 10 microfarad. But it's great, or 10 UF is how that would look. But I mean, wow. That looks amazing. So much more professional. Incredible. I love it. I can't stop looking at it. This green line looks like it might have a different stroke width than the red line. So I might check in on that stroke width. but that's about it. The schematic symbols have ref and val, but currently we are not taking a prop as input for that in the SVG generation. Okay. The height bounds... Wait, is this a question? P.S. The height bounds value needs a fix for the resistor reference as the height is not aligned with the capacitor. Yeah, that makes sense. We are not taking a prop as an input for that in the SVG generation. So it's not part of SVG generation. Like what we have to, or I think, okay, no. You should be able to derive this. Are you saying it's not in the circuit JSON? Let's take a look at the circuit JSON repo and see if there is a relevant field. So I think we have schematic components here. So we should see a name. There is no name. There's symbol name, but that's not what that is. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so symbol name, and then yeah, probably. Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah. Okay, cool. So I think here we can just add. Ooh, whoops, did it too early. I think here we can add name. Let's call it display name. And then display value. So it's kind of like this: display name, R1, display value. So the reason for that prefix display is whenever it's like the thing that's supposed to be displayed, you can use this prefix display to get around a lot of issues. For example, at Seam, we used to use this for statuses. So sometimes if you hard code a status enum into your project, you can lock yourself in to only supporting very specific statuses. It is impossible to refactor customer code where they've used the status enum. You can't do it. If you try to introduce a new enum, you're going to break every customer overnight. So display is a hint to the customer. Do not use this for display purposes only. And I think that it's a good candidate in this case because the way R1 is a reference designator, but you can actually have the way TS circuit works, you can actually have multiple. The JSON is having the ID. Okay, so Rishab's saying the name and value I'm taking from source component. The JSON is having and ID for it. I see. So the source component has this stuff. That's fine too. We could also duplicate this, but that's fine too. Name. Yeah. I see what you're saying. And then the value can also be derived technically. It's a little tricky, but the value can be derived as well. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I mean, it seems great. I guess I don't understand the question totally. Prop is input for that in the SVG journey. I mean, it seems great. I think this refactor is fine if we want to do this, but the way you have it is good too. It probably is better to keep it more minimal, but I mean, it's great. Yeah, great work. Looks amazing. I literally cannot wait to put it inside of this AI generation. My question is pointed towards the schematic symbols get SVG function. Oh, yeah. No, we should add that. Yeah, get SVG, and then it can take that probably as optional parameters. Yeah, get SVG could take optional parameters for name and val. I think I hate the word name, so maybe we do the word value as a variable because it's impossible. Value refers to everything, so maybe display name, display value to make it a little more specific. But yeah, that sounds good. It's hard for me to think about the whole system and how it gets there, but that makes sense to me. and then we just search through and replace ref and val. It's a little bit hacky. You have to do a search through the stuff to replace that, but yeah. Sounds good. Happy to take more looks if you have more questions, but I really, really like it. I really like it. Okay. Let's emulate this error one more time. Oh, it actually is working. I guess I don't know. Maybe I did something wrong, but that is totally working. It said generating. I don't like the word code artifact. What I'm going to do is give it every code version, and then mesh.code version, or we'll do a question mark. Yeah, code version 0. Can you give me a very brief idea about this project? I mean, nothing is going to do it better than this blog post, but basically we're creating electronics with React, right? So TS Circuit is React for electronics. It lets you design real-world electronic circuits with TypeScript and React, and you write code like this. Right now, what I'm doing is trying to get an AI to be able to generate React code in this little interface, and that way, hopefully people can get started with TS Circuit a little faster. This AI is a little bit out of date, so it's going to improve. It's going to improve as we, like, this should have already been fixed, this bug. I thought I updated to fix this. I guess when I reverted the log file, it broke this. But, yeah, you know, let's update a couple dependencies now that we got this fix in. So we fixed this code version issue. Let's, so artifact blocks implemented. So we have this repo prompt benchmarks, and this repo is all about benchmarking. Oh, you know what? I really like this header. I'm going to copy this header and put it in the README. I love this header. Links to the Discord and all that. There we go. I like how everybody capitalizes TS with TS Circuit. I've just stopped fighting it, but I do have to be consistent. I prefer all lowercase, but I should probably be consistent about it. Add links. Cool. So this repo primary focus is to benchmark prompts so that we understand how good they're doing. Yeah, looking forward to it. There's a lot of good getting started issues, even if you've never done like TypeScript before. You can definitely learn. As long as you use AI, if you fight AI, you probably won't learn as fast. And you know, I don't want to spend all day reviewing, like helping people step by step through PRs. So like I'll help people with PRs, but you got to, like, if you use AI, it's going to like understand what I mean. Like you can literally just paste in your PR and then paste in my comment, and AI will usually tell you what to do. So I'm going to update, this repo has an update to the prompt in the prompt templates directory. This is the prompt we give it to teach it TS Circuit so we can do a circuit board. So I'm going to update this dependency. What to prefer, web development or data analyst? Don't become a data analyst. What even is that? What is a data analyst in today's like world? I like, just a guess, but 01 preview is probably better than 90% of data analysts today. And is probably faster in everything. So yeah, I would not pursue like a degree in data analyst. Also, sorry to everybody who's pursuing degrees in data analysis, I guess. Ooh, oof. Got a replacement failure right there. Is that not generating an error? Conflicting ports added. Wow, I've never seen that. Oh, what is that? Conflicting ports added. Oh, it's because they have the same name. We don't support that yet. It won't be a technical problem for me, for I am a software engineer, but we'll sure to reach out to get some domain-related help. Sounds good. Makes sense. This is also not a very good error. I don't know if the AI will be able to figure this one out. Oof, no, that's not why. Oh, I kind of wish I could edit this. Oh, I can edit it. Okay. 5. Ground 1. Ground 2. Yeah, we should support same labeled pins, but it's a little bit of a headache. Does that fix things? There was an issue finding pin 1 inside of capacitor. This bug is supposed to be fixed, but it's just a bad error bug, so it means the capacitor is missing a footprint. Let's see if we can get this working. Cannot find port force selector. U1 ground. That makes sense because I got rid of them. So ground 1, wherever we see that. That should do it. I wish these errors displayed below the code, now that I'm editing the code. Port has no matched PCB component. LED pin 1. That's again because of the footprint. Just giving these random footprints. R2 pin 1 has, yeah, nothing has a footprint. You know, the new prompt version is supposed to fix this. I'm like pretty weirded out. I think the dependencies didn't work. I'm just gonna reload everything because the new version should totally fix. Unless this guy doesn't have auto publish on. No, it does. Let's see. Prompt benchmarks. Did I forget to commit some code? Oh, I'm behind. Yeah, no, it should be fine. Footprint. Okay, it's doing better now. It still forgot on this LED, but it got it most other places. Yo, Shibo, what up? Good to see you. Shibo is a top contributor. All right, cool. So, yeah, all right, not bad. AI rendered a circuit. Speaking of Shibo, we're so close to getting 3D components automatically generated here. That'd be a lot cooler, right? If it's generated with 3D components. I'm actually pretty impressed this worked. Like, we kind of got... I mean, this probably actually works. One of the big problems, something I'm going to fix today, is like, the circuit isn't powered. So, if we look at... Maybe I can make this bigger. If we... Oh, this is from something else. Let's delete this. You know what? I'll keep the Discord up. If we look at this circuit board, this was made with TS circuit. There's a power input. These are batteries, and that's how the LED goes off. So without a power, like you can't, like it's obviously not going to work. You need some source of power. So what I want to do is configure the AI to almost always put on a USB port, which is like the easiest way to get power. But I kind of have to teach it how to do that. And that's going to take a hot second. I also don't like how you have to specify it, but like whatever. It's fine. Speaking of issues, these buttons don't work. So I'll file a quick issue for that. People want to do front end. By the way, like what, you know, I feel bad working on this project. I try to like bootstrap a lot of projects, but a lot of people are working on things that are a lot more important than this project, I would say. Like TS Circuit is a very big project. It has many repos, and like some of these things are like this, like snippets is like good for getting people started, but clearly there are a lot of issues with the core product. So if you're working on core product, like I wouldn't necessarily hop over to TS Circuit snippets, because what you're doing is like has very big impact. Even though this one is more visual and it's easier to show off, like it's very helpful what a lot of people are working on. Make revert button work. Every contribution counts. Yes. Except for README fixes. I don't know how much those count for. No, I'm just kidding. The only person who's done a README fix, I actually recommended it myself. I was like, the README is a little confusing there, and then they just patched it, so I was pretty happy with that. But every contribution makes it on the board. How are we doing this week? Dude, Anas, killing it this week. Absolutely wrecking it. Shibo's up there. I don't have as many PRs this week because I'm pushing to main on the snippets repo. Once people start contributing, I probably will do a little bit less. And some new contributors. Timer's a new contributor. Complexity, new contributor, also in chat. Yeah, good job, guys. Good job. Not a lot of diversity in our project contribution. I'm seeing a little bit of a bias, but that's okay. Maybe you can make the README it does for contribution tracker. The README updates automatically. It shows the same thing as that other file. I think it's literally current week, and it shows the other file. We could update other projects' READMEs automatically. I don't know. So we updated things. This is generating circuits. I'm reasonably happy with this for now. There's two things that make me sad. One is that 3D models are not automatically loaded here, which would be sweet. And we're very close to getting that done. So I'm kind of tempted to do that because it'll just look cool. The other thing we could do, and it is hard, it's like a multi-project integration, so it is hard. The other thing we could do is improve the AI, like have it put on USB ports. I don't actually have a model for the USB port, so I'd have to figure that out. I'd probably have to do some modeling on stream. So both of those a little bit intense, but I'm kind of leaning towards the 3D model. So maybe we do the 3D models just because that'll be fun to watch. But before I do that, I'm gonna do a small bathroom break. Let me put up a timer. Yeah, about a 5-minute or so. See you in 5. Gonna go do that stuff. Take care of business. All right. Let's see. Let me get some tunes going for me. I was thinking about doing AI audio on stream because presumably you can't get in trouble for it. But I think when you play stream music, like, a lot of people are going to get turned off just because music tastes vary so much. I guarantee people would not love what I listen to. We can listen to a quick snippet. That is my productivity music in a nutshell. Abhijit, what up? Welcome. Good to see you. Abhijit is also a frequent contributor. So what I want to do is get 3D models loading into this because it'll look cool. To do that, we need to automate the inference, like automate figuring out that there is a 3D model. So usually when you're working on something like this, you want to like see if the circuit JSON standard kind of is going to help you out. And I think in this case it is. So we're going to go to CAD model, which is the, let me see. It might not be refactored properly. CAD. So we have a CAD directory. By the way, if anybody CAD component. If anybody wants me to review something during the stream, just post it in the chat or on Discord, probably on Discord, which I'm glancing at every now and again, because for some reason I think links don't get captured on chat. Nice. So feel free to hit me on the chat. TS Circuit review or any review. Probably a TS Circuit review. You have a funny story? All right, let's hear it. So we've got this footprinter string thing in CAD component. So I think we just need to populate this. Presumably this isn't being populated right now. There's no way to do it from this view, but if we copy out our code and throw it into a new snippet, we should be able to see the JSON, yeah. Last night I saw you in my dream. I meet you on the street while walking with a friend. What does that mean? Well, look, not to dabble, not to get too much into the controversy of parasocial relationships, but it probably means our souls are intertwined. And, so, not to be too parasocial or anything, but it can only mean one thing. No, I actually have really weird dreams all the time featuring people in my life. So in any form. And they make a lot of sense at the time, and then they don't make any sense later. Let's see if we can find this CAD component. I'm having a little bit of trouble. When I searched for the ID CAD, nothing came up. Which almost makes me think none of it is being generated. I think CAD models aren't being generated right now, so we will need to fix that. Where are these created? So, if we look for DB CAD component, we should see where they're inserted. So they're inserted inside of normal component. And it looks like they're only inserted if there's a prop for CAD model. So we probably want to revise how this works. A bit tricky. A bit tricky. I'm just trying to think of a good approach that won't cause too much trouble. Could just remove it. But then all of these are going to be kind of jank. So I think we have to do this and this. We have to treat it as if CAD model isn't defined. And right now it's probably, yeah, it's CAD model prop. Let's say CAD model prop or undefined. And that should allow us to see, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Okay. So now we should get CAD components all the time. I'm just going to run bun test. CAD model is not an object. Evaluating STL URL in CAD model. I think the precedence is confused here. So let's see if that fixes it. Yeah, okay. So we've got one failing test now. Some failing types. Oh, yeah. Oi, oof. All of our types are kind of messed up here. If I do that, that'll fix it. It's just a little bit of a pain in the ass. It's making our code longer. Oh. Does that work? All right, type error is fixed. Let's find out this failing, what's going on with this failing test. Looks like CAD components are being created for random things. So let's see. I can run this test specifically. Okay, what is getting a CAD component that shouldn't? Let's say if you don't have a PCB component ID, we're not going to make a CAD component for you. That seems fair. If not, this .pcb component ID return. Okay, cool. Well, let's remove that logging. So we didn't break anything. We also didn't like actually verify that we're getting footprints out. So I'm gonna look for a really simple test. Yeah, this should work. This is the example test. So let's say we should have a CAD component for the resistor. It's a little bit hard to differentiate. Let's say for each component, just simplify it. So we have one for the jumper, one for the capacitor, and then one for the resistor. Oh, and one for the chip. So 4. We should have 4. So now we actually have a test that's addressing our new changes. Support generating CAD. You know, I want to do one other thing. You have to, let's say you have to have a PCB component. you also have to have, if not CAD model and not a footprint, let's also return. I feel like that's a good idea, just to avoid generating too much spurious stuff. It's better to start a little bit more restrictive. Okay. Create CAD component for any component with a footprint. This is probably going to break our 3D viewer. So we'll have to deal with the breakage, because now it's going to have CAD components. It might also do nothing, but it might also just have CAD components that it doesn't know how to render now. So I'm seeing something in the Discord to check out. So while that PR is running tests, let's look at this. SMT pads have this inner solder paste layer in KiCad, which Typescript doesn't support. Any ideas on how I can implement it? Yeah, we need to add support for solder mask stuff. We would do this by introducing new components in circuit.json, similar to silkscreen. Yeah, it's probably the best way to do it. Trying to think if there's a better way to do it, because you can kind of infer it from the pads. It should be inferred from the pads. We could also add a prop to PCB SMT pad or PCB plated hole, etc. that indicates the solder mask region, but I feel like it'd be hacky. Have a new component that has a reference back to the PCB SMT pad ID or PCB plated hole ID. It's a good question. It's a very good question. Very tricky, very tricky. Yeah, let's check out this PR. Context switching. It's tough, but got to do it. This repo has rapidly increased in size, which makes me very sad. And a lot of it is due to our internal dependencies. Like Typescript props is really big for some reason. It shouldn't be. Circuit.json is super big for no reason. Footprinter, super big for no reason. Cool. So did this pass? This is fully passing. Let's take a quick look. Make sure we understand everything we did. Looks good. Okay, so that's the first step. The next step is, I think, in the 3D viewer. So we've got to do some work inside the 3D viewer, which I also could open up to Hacktoberfest. It's not currently opened up. It's a good issue. And this could use a new README. And a deployed URL. Wow. This repo is in rough shape. I think I wrote this repo really quick. Sometimes I do repos really, really quickly to do like a proof of concept, and then it ends up becoming the thing, which is why you should always kind of structure your code as if it's going to be around forever to some extent. But it's actually a pretty small repo. Even though it's like, I don't know, it feels intimidating for some reason, but it's not that complicated. Just run storybook. I wonder if this is deployed to Vercel. So after that's deployed to Vercel, we'll have a URL that we can put in the README. Could spruce up the README a little bit. Can do the same thing we did before, where we like added or with AI we edited it. That was pretty good. Add link to the Discord. To Vercel, add links to README. Let's try improving the README real quick. So I'm going to add the source directory. I'm going to add the stories. Add the package JSON. Anything else relevant? It's pretty good. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else. AI reference, what's in here? Yeah, it's not important. Okay. Oh, add the README. And then write a great README with great usage and contribute. Let's just say great usage. Instructions. I don't know how it reformatted. I don't like how it reformatted that first block, so I'm gonna just copy that real quick so that it doesn't get away with that. By the way, README edits are proper contribution. Okay, all right. Yeah, okay. Here's the thing about, like, if it's a really good README edit, maybe. But here's the thing: is every PR. Look, I love a good README. But like, I just got like a perfect README generated by AI, but it replaced the old README, right? So you like, this is the bar, and if you're anywhere lower than this bar, then you've wasted my time in a pull request, right? Because I probably am going to replace everything you wrote with AI. So, like, and like, honestly, these are better than most READMEs I write myself. So, like, that's just the bar. If you're doing a README edit, either you're fixing something really important, and that's good. That's a good contribution. But yeah, in most cases, I don't know. I just feel like I get a lot of spam. You know, not to this project, but historically. And spam can also be like, you know, even people who are trying to contribute, but they don't tackle, they like, you know, one of the biggest anti-contributions, and people won't like me saying this, but one of the biggest anti-contributions is if you go to a project that's kind of early and you add internationalization, so you add a bunch of languages to it. That becomes such a burden on the maintainers. It's so annoying. Like, there's so many ways to do internationalization wrong, so your implementation has to be pretty good. And then it's such a huge burden on maintainers when they have to maintain that stuff. It just becomes a constant headache with issues and stuff like that. And it's not hard to do if you are like the maintainers can't really check it. Yeah. So, yeah. So I learned that the hard, like, I feel like you learn these things over time doing open source projects, but yeah, it's tough. One thing I hate about AI generated readmes right now is they always include yarn instructions because there's so many repos that like, hopped on yarn. I hopped on yarn back in the day and I didn't switch back for a long time, but like, nobody, I don't think people use yarn anymore. I could be wrong, but ever since yarn v2, it's been in decline, I think. Let's see. 3D viewer. Canada Honk. Good to see you. Good to see you. Dude is actually a legend. So I'm like, whoa. But good to see you. Trick out readme. Good to see ya. Let's start a draft PR for this. So improve readme. Support for 3D components generated by footprint strings. My readme is you should try to regen with AI. Just give it all your source code. It'll cost you 10 cents. Should I inspect it? Canada Honk. Let's do a readme review. Yeah, not enough colors. Need more colors. Let's see. Oh shit, where is it? We need to look at this latest. We need to judge you against the AI generated readme. It's good, but by the end it's very boring. Yeah, I feel that. There's two types of documents. Ones that are great reference material, and that's like the ones that you really want your AI to read. And then there's like entertaining ones, because people like to be entertained. I think one of the biggest lessons in my life is that like people like to be entertained. Not saying I'm like entertaining people here, but like, like it's worth it to be entertaining if you're giving people like articles or whatever, because like, at the end of the day, it's kind of what we all want. It's not too bad. I think the formatting is a little bit weird. It's easy to glaze over because of all the bolding and stuff like that. But I think it's really good, like, content. I think the content's amazing. I've probably never pronounced this right. Pour four. I definitely never pronounced that right. Forgot to update it often when implementing new things. I was talking to somebody on Twitter about this, but we were talking about how basically every README should just be auto-generated based on like new commits that come out and stuff like that. And it would like by default, that's how it should be. That's how it's going to be for TS circuit snippets too, is I think by default, all these circuits will have generated descriptions for SEO. Because like writing descriptions is kind of a just code describes what you're doing. So unless there's some kind of hidden intent, which is usually not the case with code, it really doesn't make sense to repeat yourself. Anyway, so we've got this storybook here. We need to reproduce a story where we have a CAD component with a footprinter string. This one actually looks great. The simple default example. So let's see if we can find that story. Stories, simple. CAD viewer, bug. Oh. Yeah, we could probably use it. So we need to modify the circuit JSON in here to support that attribute from the circuit JSON standard. CAD component. Oh no, my chat disappeared. Emergency chat reclaim. Let's see. Oh man, this is going to be the same thing as last time. For some reason, Restream's interface changes once you're in stream, and I no longer know how to get my chat back. Oh, sad face. Sad face. Restream. Why you do this? Oh, wait, there it is. All right, now I got to hide this again. There we go. It was me. It was me the whole time. I was the one who didn't know how to use things. All right. If you sent a chat message in the past minute, I apologize. Saving you from the yapping. Yep. I guess. I don't think I have the full context for that, but anywho, we don't have CAD components in here. There's actually a much better way to create these examples rather than code JSON. Yeah, this is it, maybe? You can actually define it in here. Hi, bro. Educa. Hello. Welcome. Welcome to the midday stream. The celebrated midday stream. This is actually a perfect example right here. But how is this built? Because if it doesn't use TS Circuit Core and uses some old junk, it's not going to generate properly. Use convert children to soup. TS Circuit Core uses core. So this should be good. Let's update. We did a big refactor 2 months ago to introduce this core module, which is way better and also works in a browser. Oh, forgot I only have one terminal. Bun run storybook. Okay, looks fine. We don't have a 3D model for this, which is also fine. So what I'm going to do is log the JSON just so I know what I'm working with. Hey, bro, can you help me to make a hospital management system database model? Do you mean like a schema? That, honestly, I think a lot of people would be like, nah, man, that's a lot of work. Or nah, man, I'm not going to do your job for you. But I'm actually mildly interested by this. I'm perversely interested. Like, it would be fun to draw up a schema on stream. That said, I'm not going to do that. But, yeah, schema. Yeah. Just like hospital data management. I don't know. I love schema design. It's one of my favorite things to do. But that being said, this would be a very long, probably wouldn't take that long, but I should stay focused. It's a fun idea. Rohit, what up? I never know how people emoji because this restream chat thing, it doesn't show the emoji for a little while. But if you see a blank message, somebody probably did some random emoji. Anyway, we can see we have a dip16 footprinter string, so now we just need to turn that string into a component. And how we do that is we import a library called JSCAD Electronics. That's why this issue is intimidating to people, because it's just a lot of plumbing. WTF is this? Explain. Explain yourself, streamer. What are you doing? You know what I mean? What are you doing? Italicized. Can't just go on the internet and code. I'm just kidding. I'm not that offended. We're building TS circuit stuff. We're trying to get 3D components to load into the TS circuit 3D viewer. Mixed STL model, JSCAD model. So I guess we need to have a new handler for our footprinter strings. So if we have a footprinter string. All right. Oh, it's going to get a little tricky, but we need to now integrate the JSCAD Electronics library. So what I'm going to do is add that as a dependency. I don't even know if it's published. Plumbing all day. I don't think this is published. Also, another non-README, and this one has a typo. So we're going on a README rampage today. You code like this nothing. True dat. Coding is really all about ego, you know? I take a spiritual approach to coding. You must experience ego death. Can you suggest me an OCR for JavaScript? Have you asked ChatGPT? ChatGPT is going to give a 10x better recommendation than me. Like, even if I gave you a recommendation, just humans are so diverse and ChatGPT isn't. ChatGPT is like the average of all humans. I feel like you'll get such a quality response, and it's free. It's free for everyone. I don't know why I'm ripping on people. Sorry, guys. That's it's a defensive mechanism, right? It's how I operate. Let's fix this README. Write a great README with usage. Oh, you know what? Since you can't actually use this, can't really write a great README with usage instructions. It has a build command, but it's this is more like a build site command. Cosmos export. It's probably used in a workflow. So before I read, oh no, it's not even used anywhere. What is going on? This repo has no scripts to deploy. Start Cosmos build. All right, so we're going to use TSUp for building. I always use TSUp. Format ESM. And then what do we build? Do we have an index file? We don't even have an index file. Wow. This repo has it rough. I have a TypeScript extension called TypeScript Barrel, which creates a barrel index file. A barrel index file looks like this. It exports everything. Oh, dip. That's a good component. Why can't I export that? Dip, pinleg, export cons. Why doesn't that work? Dip differs from already included file name dip. There's 2 dips. I don't see another dip. What is going on? Them, YM here. I can also learn what you are doing on ChatGPT. Then why am I here? I could just learn on ChatGPT. It's a great question. It's a question you got to ask yourself. Why for anything you do in life, you know what I mean? I don't know an OCR library for JavaScript off the top of my head. There have been a lot of recent developments in OCR programs that use some of the new transformer models. So double dipping, yeah, get it from both. There are a lot of new transformer models for OCR, but I don't think they'll work natively in JavaScript. And honestly, the library is going to depend a little bit on your requirements. Like if you if it needs to be, for example, completely browser based, right? That might be one reason to use JavaScript. Or if you have a node server, you might do it a completely different way. And then you're probably looking for bindings. You might want like best in class OCR, in which case you should probably just use like OpenAI API or something like that. Okay, so we're going to build libindex, and then we got to do files. This is just kind of how you configure a project for publishing. Files dist, because it'll build a dist directory. Could do bun run build, TSUp not found, so we'll add that as a dev dep. Yeah, a lot of complaints. What is this? Dip. Big news, new TypeScript tsconfig flag. You can now... I do not understand these TypeScript errors. There is no capital dip. Oh, there is a capital dip.tsx. What is going on? But my IDE doesn't show it like that. I'm losing my mind. Oh, what is going on? I feel like very strange, very strange. Let's restart TS server, see if anything changes. New TS config flag recently, you can now see how like TypeScript prompts me to put the JS extension on, they now support using the TS extension with the TypeScript flag. And that's pretty cool because, prior to that JS extension looked really weird when you were in a TypeScript project. But TypeScript has this philosophy where they don't want to be like a big layer over JavaScript. They don't want to transpile. TypeScript bad, JS good. Yeah, I mean, basically. Yeah, a lot of people are basically saying something to that effect where like TypeScript is just JavaScript with types. Don't change the language. And normally I agree with that, but in this particular case for extensions, I was pretty irked. That's why I don't use them. I don't use import.js because I think it's confusing. Especially when bun is your runtime. When bun is your runtime, you're like, what the heck? Let's see if this project builds. We are building. So now we need to set the main file to our dist index. That's basically it. Not much more to do. We need to add dist to the git ignore. Yeah, I love bun. Dino has so much node compatibility now. So Dino has got a lot of cool stuff too. So we already kind of committed to bun. So like it would take a lot to get us to change. But I think probably the way to win a TS circuit over from bun to Dino would be if Dino could build like small binaries, like less than 40 megabyte binaries. Because right now the binaries are pretty big, and I don't like that. I have a love-hate relationship with most runtimes. That is understandable. Have you tried Zig? I've been meaning to try Zig. A lot of people love Zig recently. Okay, add build system. We're going to try to publish this now. And I'm going to move this off stream, although I don't know if it'll work super well, but I don't want to accidentally leak a key. Yeah, this is going to be junk. First version, I always have to manually publish, so. Okay, cool. .404. Oh, right. Wrong. Too many instances. Let's see. Snippets, 3D viewer. Nope, not that one. This one. No, not that one. Gosh darn it. I have my VS Code windows colored automatically, and I still... Where is my... No. Oh, I moved it down here. I moved it to the other screen. Cool. If only you could get less than 1 megabyte JS binaries. I think you can if you use this thing called QuickJS. I don't know if it makes binaries, but I don't even know how much you can do that generally because the binary wouldn't be super portable. So like, it's kind of always this thing. But I'd be happy with less than 40 megabytes. Even 70, which is what I think Bun produces right now, isn't super bad, but I would like it to be better. If I could have a lightweight binary, I'd be pretty happy. We want to release binaries pretty soon. Just doesn't support most code yet. Oh, you can with hold on 1 second. 1 second. You can with hold on. Okay. .4. You can with .4. Oh, that's awesome. I haven't tried building... We stopped doing binary stuff for a little while ago, but I haven't tried building our autorouter algorithms with .4 yet. But that's a big thing to do because we tried to... I wrote a little bit of them in C, and it looks like that it might work to improve speed, but then it wouldn't run on the web anymore. I don't know. I guess if I built with .4... I think .4 builds to WASM. I think. Pro. I'm so sorry. Yeah, we got some WASM. Yeah. So I should give it a try. Hello World is 15 kilobytes. Oh, holy smokes. This should actually be like my first go-to approach because I don't want to rewrite this stuff anyway. For the auto-routing algorithms, they really are just classes and math. So I feel like it would work. I should do it. You know what? I'm curious. My interest has been piqued enough. I want to try to do. I'm gonna give this a good 5 minutes. Maybe compatibility isn't super there yet, but soon. Does it support classes? I think that's the only weird thing I use. Is classes being used too? Do I have a CLI? Yeah. Okay. Support classes. Okay. Let me see. The state-of-the-art algorithm is this one. Multi-margin iJump-A*. And then there's this benchmark file, which imports a bunch of stuff. I don't have ESM yet, though. Oh, maybe it won't work. It's mostly just math. No ESM support. Do you, like with this file run, this top level await, this just console.logs. So I feel like, but ESM, I guess ESM means all these imports and stuff like that, right? So this probably wouldn't run. Okay. I could pre-build this. I don't know, but I'm like hella curious. I'll give it a try very, very soon, like, and tell you what happens. That should probably be like my go-to. I don't know. There's something like really appealing about like writing C sometimes from scratch. Like you're like, oh, like because you feel the performance, you know. But it's actually a terrible idea for me to do that. I was able to move so fast just because I like cheated with a lot of JavaScript libraries and algorithms, and then like didn't worry about stuff, then optimized later. So it's actually a terrible idea for me to do handwritten optimization. I would definitely enter like a local minimum with the algorithm where like I don't want to change things because I already optimized like this and that. And and there's like with auto routing algorithms, the most important thing by far is how the algorithm works and not your micro optimizations on loops. By far. So yeah, I definitely shouldn't. I should definitely keep it in JS. Yeah. Super cool. I can't wait to try it. Yeah, I love seeing your tweets about like, you know, more compatibility increase and stuff like that. It's great. Slowly tackling the full JS compatibility test suite. All right, so we gotta add support for a new type of 3D model, footprinter model. You know what? Do we have to do that? I feel like we can just use. If we publish JSCAD electronics, maybe we can just pop it in there. So we should have all the imports. We have footprinter 3D. So this takes a footprint string and renders the 3D model. But I think we're dealing with 3 different React contexts right now, which is insane. We have the web, we have the three React, so 3JS React, and we have JSCAD React. So this renders to JSCAD React. So we have to put a layer in front of it. How do I do that? JSCAD model. Okay, so this execute JSCAD operation. Okay. JSCAD plan. This is like an integration soup right here. I've been planning on doing this integration for months, but I knew it was going to be like super weird to convert all of these things against each other. But I feel like enough little stepping stones are in place. Let's create a class just kind of dedicated to doing this. So footprint equals footprinter model takes a footprint. So I think the end game here is this returns a JS-CAD model, and we convert this footprint into a JS-CAD plan. To do that, I need to reference, I think, the JS-CAD electronics codebase, because it must also be doing this, converting from the JS-CAD React context to the 3JS React context. It's a very unusual problem. Most people don't create multiple React contexts. React context isn't even the right word. I don't know what to call it. I don't know what to call it when you have different like React reconciler instances. All right, let's see. There should be a component like JS-CAD CAD fixture or something. Utils. What do these examples use? So they render to I think they, I don't know what they do. Where's this from? JS-CAD Fiber. Oh, it's JS-CAD Fiber that does it. Okay. We're getting there. Whenever you see a -fiber suffix, that means that you are in a React Fiber context thing that has a React reconciler. Okay, this is how it does it. Create JS-CAD root. I should do a diagram. Create JS-CAD root, and then we give it these arrays. This is going to be the mutable object, because in React, it's really confusing unless you've worked with reconcilers a bunch, but you give it like a mutable thing. Like if you think about in React DOM, you give it like the document element that you want to render React into. So this is the mutable element. So we give it an array, and then we run root.render. So this is like React Fiber API stuff. So the challenge is we want to render this into a JS-CAD plan and then give that plan, a JS-CAD plan is a JSON object that represents all the JS-CAD operations to do. So, yeah. Best part about this code is you only have to do it once. Nobody needs to understand it. There's some parts of Typescript that are like that, where nobody understands it. It's like lost knowledge. It's all this set math stuff. So this is my secret implementation, basically. Even if you see it, you won't know how it works. Okay, JS-CAD Fiber. And AI isn't trained on any of this because it's all so new. JS-CAD Fiber has no exported member. Create JS-CAD renderer. So I create a JS-CAD renderer. This is also React reconciler API stuff. So where does this come from? Okay, so we got to create a JS-CAD renderer. Okay. Just go with the flow. Okay, JS-CAD. So we need to import. We probably already have JS-CAD planner. Okay, so we should be able to give a JS-CAD planner here. So we're going to say JS-CAD plan is the memoization so that we're not re-rendering this all the time in case it's expensive. I think Dan Abramov forever ago was talking about how a lot of people use memo thinking something will be expensive, and they actually add more or they like slow things down because they use it. So hopefully I'm not doing that. Okay, create root. This is going to be the JSCAD plan. I don't love the anycast there. Okay. And then render. So this normally takes React nodes. So I think this is where we put in our Footprinter 3D. I can see chats by other folks. Nice. Good to hear. Welcome, Siddharth. Glad to have you here. Sorry, I'm deep in uncertainty about this code. This is the most complex integration code I think we have in TS Circuit. Transferring between two different React reconcilers, and we're creating an intermediary called JSCAD plan, which is a JSON representation of operations to execute in JSCAD. And so this should make a 3D model. JSCAD, or what does this guy take? Did I not give this the right thing? JSCAD plan, JSCAD operation. Oh. It's complaining because it's not an array. Is this supposed to be an array? I need to see usage of create JSCAD root. Oh. It would also be nice if the types worked. This is normally a place where the types might save you. But I'm just on my own. All right. It does take an array, so execute JSCAD operations. This only take, okay. Let's give it the 0th element for now. And then we'll say if not JSCAD plan return null. And if not footprint return null. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's see what happens. Oof. That was a lot. So far, not looking good. JSCAD 3 primitives polygon is not a function. Okay. This is probably not a bug in the code we wrote. JSCAD Planner is our library because JSCAD didn't have a serialization format. So my guess is we are not implementing something that we're supposed to have implemented. And I found one other example of this, cuboid. So maybe we go into this project and fix that bug real quick. Whew. Okay. Just the rabbit hole, it goes so deep. This is one of those things where if I was like watching, I don't know if you guys watch YouTube when you code. Maybe some of you do. I'm sure some of you are watching a live stream. So, but this is one of those things that I don't think I could do it if, I was YouTubing. It's like an 8-hour task YouTubing and a 2-hour task not YouTubing or something like that. But then like front end code, I can kind of do whatever. I don't know if you guys have ever tried this, but I used to be like so distractible. I would try to play Final Fantasy while I coded. Like I would like have it up on another screen and then like because that game like essentially pauses constantly, or at least the old ones do. And so like, while it's waiting for a turn, I just like do some code and then I get bored of the code and I turn back. And I like that a little bit more than YouTube because it doesn't seem to suck you in. Like games are boring at some parts. So it doesn't seem to suck you in. But I'm told that all of these are really bad habits. I think people are ranting on Twitter about how bad video games are for you right now. So I guess I won't endorse anything. Cool. We installed Biome just so that our code formatting is consistent. I'm going to open up Aider. We're going to try to do as many AI improvements as possible here so that I don't have to write a lot. The first thing, the error we're currently getting is on polygons. So JSCAD polygon. Let's see. Do they have docs on this? Modeling primitives. They probably have polygon in here, and we don't have it implemented. Yeah, polygon. Yeah, I think it's an import from primitives. So implement jscad.primitives.polygon, and let's give it some documentation. Example usage. Ooh, it's writing a test. All right. Run that test. Hell yeah. Let's look at the diff. Yeah, it looks about right. Wow, there's actually a lot more to implement than I thought. Okay. And then, so we'll commit that, implement polygon. And then I want to do one more. Implement cuboid. Let's give it some docs. Hey guys, what's going on? Cat Orange whistling. We are trying to get 3D models to render for I don't even have a running example anymore. 3D models are supposed to render on the circuit board. The circuit board is a way to create electronics in Typescript, and they're not rendering because we have to integrate a bunch of libraries. And the libraries don't have good types. Right now we're fixing the fact that a serialization library does not support polygons. And I'm also fixing cuboid usage like this. So this is an AI code writing tool called Aider. I use it quite a bit. I think it's the best. I think any other tool is not worth its salt. So yeah, definitely use Aider. I will say these chat messages do cost money. I spend probably $2 a day on all the messages I send to Aider. So, be aware. Implement cuboid and polygon. Emina, nice to see you. Nice to see new faces. Makes sense. I appreciate you saying that. I didn't think I was making tons of sense, but I am trying. So yeah, cuboid implementation. This is just a serialization library. It's not very exciting. It does have a pretty good README though, and that is clearly a human-written README, much like the Por4 README. It's got that bit of human spirit to it. Did I already make a PR? No, I didn't. Okay, there's our PR. I like to do PRs just to review my code sometimes. Just make sure I didn't do anything too weird. I find this pretty weird that it didn't make this parameter optional. Sounds good. I feel personally attacked, sarcasm. Look, what does art look like in the future? It's going to look like human-built things, right? We're going to start to develop preferences away from AI-generated art and towards kind of natural human art, which means imperfections are perfections. So, READMEs are art. I agree. Honestly, I kind of like the README. Okay, we got a type error, so while I'm chatting here, let's get Aider to fix my type error. So we're going to add lib, add tests, and then we're going to do bun x tsc no emit, which will run type checks. How terrible is that command, by the way? tsc no emit. That's how I run type checks. And I know people will bake that in their tsconfig and stuff, but like it's such a bad command to like have people write so much. Like it makes no sense. tsc, like they should introduce a binary type check. I don't know. I'm a big DX guy, so maybe I'm not the right fit. You know, maybe people would be upset with me. Are you a software engineer or do you just code for fun? I work full time on open source. I'm a full-time open source person, thanks to the funding of my patrons, and by patrons I mean my Silicon Valley venture capitalists. TSC should move more towards the definitive type checker rather than compiler IMO. I think it should. Honestly, I think that's a hot take, and I think you're right. But that being said, it's a hard. Oh, actually, no. Yeah. No, I think you're pretty spot on. I think the compiler is hard to build. So it would be good to see more people build compilers. But yeah, I agree with that take. As of now, maybe I'll I've been wrong about a lot of stuff in the TypeScript world. Look, I've used enums, so I've been wrong. TypeScript enums. Fix type issues. You're a TypeScript compiler. And then, or more, I guess JavaScript, but that accepts TypeScript. And then, I don't know. I feel like I was following the guy who I guess maybe he did SWC. I feel like he was trying to build a type checker. I guess he wasn't building a compiler. Yeah. But, and he burned out doing it. Building a type checker is just too intense. I support TypeScript input natively too. Yeah, 100%. I'm all about that. Yeah. Oh yeah, and port 4, of course. Yeah. That was one of the things that stood out to me. Like that little bit of DX is really, really meaningful for me personally. Like if I have to go to JavaScript, it's just that extra step because I don't like to think about the JavaScript too much. I see it as a build artifact. So for me, that little piece of DX is actually a really big deal. Yeah. And like we have even this snippets thing builds TypeScript, or at least transforms TypeScript on the browser. So it's not like a crazy hard thing to do to just do that extra step, even if you're not like super familiar with how parsers work or anything like that, like me. Dino and Bun supporting TS is great. Agreed. Actually, I really do like Dino. I really do like both Dino and Bun, but so my problem with Dino, I think, is kind of unique. The reason I don't use Dino, and they might have fixed this, but the reason, probably like the number one reason I don't use Dino is I wrote tests with Dino's native thing, and the test output was really bad. Like, it was really hard to find the root of the error. And for me, that was a really, really big deal. Like, because like the thing with Bun culturally is they care a lot about DX, and I think Dino is starting to adapt this, but I also think Dino started from a security perspective and not a DX perspective. And I like when there's a DX issue, if it hits me, I know it's going to hit the other engineers on my team. And so the DX for me is like just really huge. I don't want to be debugging those issues with people. It's just how I feel. Speaking of, competing technologies and failures, I'll call it a failure. I think not for Dino, but Renovate versus Dependabot. Dependabot was like a company, and it was really good, and now it only does security updates, and that's great. But I use Renovate for everything now because to keep my dependencies up to date, I don't just care about security updates. And Dependabot isn't that configurable. So it got acquired by GitHub, and it just feels like it's not like pulling the weight it should. And the thing about Dependabot is I have expectations for it because it's such a good name. You know what I mean? Like, like if there's a library, like, I don't know, like range, let's say there's an NPM module range. I expect that to be like the best range library because it's got the best name, like for generating a range between numbers or whatever. So that's how I feel about Dependabot. It's such a good name. They should be the best tool at dependency updates, but Renovate is so much better. Sin, hello. Welcome. We can update this JSCAD planner dependency now. And it looks like we got the latest version, so let's see if our thing works. This will be amazing. Still saying primitives is not a function. Maybe I had a bad take on this, or maybe I just need to restart. Vite is kind of bad at dependencies sometimes, I've noticed. Vite just spun out a new company, which is crazy. Wow, look at that. Okay, so even though this, wow, okay. Surprised, okay, wow, huh. I don't know if you guys are following, that almost worked first try. That's pretty crazy. There's a lot of shit going on. Yeah, Void Zero. Void Zero is Vite's, the Vite guy's new company. I forget his name. I probably shouldn't tell the story, but I'm going to tell it because it's interesting. I was trying to... I don't know if I should tell the story. But anyway, I was trying to get funding for TS Circuit, and I interviewed with Excel, who funded Void Zero. And this was, you know, I was pre-funding because that's why I was out getting funding. And I was interviewing with Excel, and they were like very soft on TS Circuit, I think. Maybe not super compelled or something. I mean, they didn't invest, so but I do like the partners over there. They're great. But they were trying to introduce me to, I think, that guy, like Evan. And I think they were kind of helping him put together this crazy team. And so I think it was kind of like oh, maybe you should just move into this, right? Like, you know what I mean? Maybe you shouldn't do your own thing. Maybe you should go over here. But I didn't take it because I was like, I don't know. I guess it was pretty low confidence or something. I was like, oh, no, Evan, or whatever that guy's name is. I think it's Evan. That guy's way too big of a deal. I don't want to use his time. You know what I mean? So I probably should have taken the meeting, and then I would have him on my Rolodex. But anyway, that went down. Yeah, 4 million plus from Excel and partners. And I'm looking forward to using it. I think it'll be great. I love Vite. I also like Next probably still quite a bit. So it'll be fun to see how those two things operate together. All right, footprinter model. We're rendering now. Got to catch them all. Exactly. Okay, so another note about Void Zero. And by the way, I'm very much looking forward to this company. I think it's great. But something interesting is the only person that got name dropped was the main guy, Evan. And then they're like, we got core contributors from all these libraries, but they didn't name drop any of them. So I'm like, it was just a bit strange to me in that announcement. Like, you know, if you have reputable people on your team that people in open source would recognize, or even just to give them credit or whatever, I would have name dropped some of them. I don't know. That kind of struck me a little bit. I think I'm capping. Sorry. Yeah, sorry about that. That's me adjusting things on the fly. Appreciate it. Yeah, I thought it was weird they didn't name him. Collection of JavaScript tools written in Rust. By the way, I haven't heard about this, but I mean, it's exciting because Bun is doing the same. I mean, everybody's moving in the same direction. This has got to be a little bit scary for you, Canada Honk, because You like SWC? Yeah. But I guess these guys are a compiler too. I'm gonna ask, how long have you been doing open source? Long time. Let's take a look. 2012. What was I working on in 2012? Yeah, one of my first open source projects was to make a game for the Mozilla. I was probably 14 when I did this. But I made this little game for the Liberated Pixel Cup in 2012. So long time. Big fan of open source. Not really. They do JS or TS to JS. Okay, gotcha. I need a diagram of all the different things. They've got like 10 things here. Minifier, I understand that. Okay, transformer. Okay, yeah, that's not you. Oh yeah, none of these are you. Literally none of these are you. You're right. Yeah. I wonder why some open source personalities are bigger, like, you know, in the sense that like people recognize the name, and for others you don't. By the way, this looks totally wrong, but it's not actually wrong. We actually implemented it perfectly. It's somebody broke the dip component in JSCAT Electronics. So if we actually look at the dip component in here, it actually is like messed up. It's probably the only one that's messed up. So I just picked a really bad example. We could try the TSSOP. This one is still broken looking. Wow, I might have to go in and fix this library too. This is looking pretty bad. Ecosystem. It's overcomplicated. This new Rust-based one is overcomplicated. Different libs get different levels of recognition. Yeah, I don't get exactly how it's distributed. It doesn't quite make sense to me. Like, I feel like Jared Sumner is a really, really big deal. Like, he's just like a huge figure. And it's not like he's pretty open, and he does these like kind of teasing of features and stuff like that. Like a lot of good community engagement. But I wonder if it's something about runtimes that people are just obsessed with or something. I don't know. People will notice something they interact with a lot, like Bunnervi. Oh, okay. Yeah. So it's like, is it like the name you type into your terminal, I guess? If it's a name you type into your terminal, that's a lot of brand recognition. So like there's a difference between something that lives below that and something that is above that. Yeah. Okay. I think that's right. I'm going to change this into a cooler component just so that we can get a more obvious recognition that this is working. Hey, got to close some projects. So simple 2-story. We're going to do footprint TSSOP 16. Cannot read properties of undefined reading translate. Is this another thing? Maybe we have to implement something else in this library. It takes like 5 seconds with Aider, but it's still kind of annoying. Translate. I think it exists. So this might be a more tricky error to debug. You have to type porf in the terminal for me. I like that. That's easy to remember. I like that. I want to get into open source. I'm a complete beginner. Any suggestions on where I can start? Yeah. We have video tutorials and easy bugs on the TypeScript project. Go to blog.tscircuit.com and then just click this first post, Build Electronics with TypeScript and React for Hacktoberfest. And we have video guides in here and some good getting started projects. And then you can also hop on our Discord and we'll help you. There's a lot of people on the Discord right now. 4 letters is always good. TSCI. I couldn't get the TSCI NPM package. NPM won't let you get it. I think they have some restriction because it sounds like TSC. So it would be like something people typo. But eventually I will reach out to NPM and try to convince them to let me get that package. Yeah, that is nice. That is nice. Well, this error sucks. Let's do a repro in the JSCAD planner library. So we'll say translate.test.ts. Just try to break down where the issue is. Does this use bun? Hell yeah. Expect translate test. Yeah. Go off. Yeah, it seems fine. Okay, so if this passes, we know it's kind of probably not an issue. Yeah, it's not an issue in planner. Cryptic bug. Properties of undefined reading translate. I feel like Storybook, yeah, it's more of a React issue. React has particularly bad stack traces sometimes. Being able to just write npx pour4 to try to REPL is great. Oh yeah, for sure. Absolutely. How big is it? One problem I have is I think you can do npx TS circuit, but it's kind of big. The main reason I'm introducing this site is because I'm worried about the getting started developer experience, that it's not good enough. And also like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it's pretty small. Yeah. I think I'm like 200 megabytes. I'm really bad. Only one dependency. Yeah, that's amazing. I should at least give it a try on that. No, it won't work because the imports. I need to build it to JS. Do I have it built to JS? I wonder. Because theoretically, if I build it to JS and it has no imports. Okay, so I have this build script that should build it to JS. Oh, for sure. Absolutely. All right, there's our file. Okay, so I'm guessing because I built it ESM. Yeah, I have an import right there. This is just for funsies, guys, all right? I'm just having some funsies. Midday funsies. It is starting to get hot in my apartment. Speaking of midday, this apartment starts cold in the morning and then just gets hotter all day. Just temperature at like 1 degree an hour, just enough to slowly kill you. All right, let's build this again. So now we have a CJS file. Maximum call stack size exceeded. Hey, why do you use React and not Svelte? React is the most popular framework in the world. It's the default choice for a lot of people. The question we should be asking ourselves is, why would you use the other thing, right? The default choice is React. And look, I'm a pragmatic software engineer. What AI generates, I use. So I'm speaking from a perspective of pragmatism. This is where people come for my hot takes. I don't know if that's a hot take, honestly. Uh, let's see. What can I test next to make sure that this works? It could be in the JSCat fiber repo. We just got to break it down step by step. What repos could be causing this problem to get it out of Storybook? Because Svelte is a framework and have a compiler that build HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. That is indeed what Svelte does. You ain't wrong. But you may be missing some context. The context is TS Circuit is React for electronics. So using Svelte would be kind of like, would make no sense. A lot of companies uses it, like Apple Podcast. That's great. Maybe I will eventually do something that is Svelte for electronics, if that makes sense. Okay. Svelte circuit confirmed. That would be very funny. I would give myself a pat on the back, you know, the day I'm popular enough where people clone me for one of the other front end frameworks. Preact script or Preact circuit. Sorry, I'm staring at this. I think JSCAD Fiber is probably the next most likely culprit. I don't know if that repo is testing. It sucks when you get a bad stack trace because you're, you know, I don't mind. My approach for a bad stack trace is just use it as an opportunity to add tests in a bunch of places. Like, because worst case scenario, you get some tests out of it. So call this repro translate, or I like to also number repro. So repro 1 translate bug. Yeah, I think that's good. Fork TS circuit, make Preact circuit, get VC. Very timely. Very timely. Oh my gosh. I feel pretty bad for Continue because they're not that far. You know what I mean? Like, it's tough. I should, like, whenever I see like a edge case, an ethical edge case, I always want to train an AI on the ethical edge case. For people who don't know what the heck I'm talking about, a startup called PerAI forked Continue and then raised money basically on a rebrand. They did some other stuff, but it was pretty minor, and they raised money. And so people are like, you can just fork. You can just fork an open source project, call it your own, and then get money. And like, legitimately, that is a concern because in pre-seed investing, people don't like have a ton of time to like vet things. So it's like a fairly legit concern. I find the funniest part is they were both funded by the same VC. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. It is, yeah. Like, yeah. I don't want to like, you know, but YC, like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Everybody acted in ways, except for Continue. Everybody acted in ways that I feel like, you know, you could have just done a little bit better. That's just my take. You know what I mean? Like, even asking Continue, like, that's what I would have done if I was YC, I think. I would have asked Continue. Like, if they did a level of due diligence, it would have made sense to reach out to founders who they trust with technical expertise and just ask. But I mean, I get it. With pre-seed checks, a lot of times it's basically a phone call and you get the money. The YC interview is so stressful because it's a 10-minute interview for $500,000. And so, like, it's super stressful. But, like, you know, kind of gotta do stuff sometimes. Okay, so I think I can import the entire model from JSCAD Electronics. I'll copy it out to avoid weird dependencies. But I think I can copy over the model and see if it renders. This might not reproduce it perfectly, but we'll get there. I think we're in the right repo to get a reproduction working. You know, we might as well just import this as a dev dependency. It's a little bit jank, but I think it's fine. I'm getting my tabs mixed up again. Oh no. JSCAD Fiber. Yes, perfect. I don't mind having dependencies all messed up as long as the dev deps are in the right place. I think it's fine. This project also apparently does not use bun yet. It's great. Damn, it is so hot in here. I'm going to have to shower before I go out. That sucks. Sucks, man. Getting sweaty all day. San Francisco. We have zero tolerance to heat because the weather is perfect here. Most of the time. Most of the time, and if there's not a wildfire. What's the temperature? Let me check my thermostat. It is burning. It is hot as hell. It is 87 degrees. 87 degrees. Madness. I should be in an ice bath right now. I know. I know. Honestly, I should get hazard pay for streaming in this condition. It's 53. Where are you located? Let me guess, like East Coast? I don't know. Yeah, it's hot. It's weird. San Francisco, it's hot in October, and there's no seasons. Yeah, it's different. I grew up on the East Coast, so it's way different here. Oh, UK, right up. Yeah, makes sense. All right, we're gonna import some stuff. So there's two versions of this test, one that uses JSCAD Planner, one that doesn't. And the one that uses JSCAD Planner, I'm pretty sure will error, but we can see if we can reproduce that error even sooner. Chilly season. Yeah. Yeah, seasons are weird. I never know. Like, I don't know. It's like different around the world, but it's mostly the same. I don't know. I know that isn't really saying anything, but you would think it would be opposite. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, exactly. You would think it would be opposite, but it's not quite opposite if you're on the other side of the globe. It's like mostly kind of the same, except for weird pockets. I don't know. I'm not a worldly traveler. Okay, let's copy over. I think it was TSSOP 16. And this should do it. This should be a repro. So it renders fine, which is fine. So we'll say without JSCAD Planner. It's somehow the integration of these things together with JSCAD Planner. I don't know why I did all dashes. Kebab case. Okay. All right. And so for this one, we're going to copy over all that logic we wrote from this guy. Yeah. Or most of it. So we'll create a plan. We don't need any memoization. Nice. Okay. And then the footprint is TSSOP 16. Okay, cool. And then when we test render, let's see if that doesn't error, first of all. Oh, that does error. Cannot find variable j. Oh, okay. Undefined is not an object. Oh, wow. Nice. Easy repro. We don't even need to do the test render. So it's... Undefined is not an object. Nice. I think we're in the right place. Look at that juicy stack trace. Goes on for miles. Oof. All right. Well, I don't really want to import this library because we can't dig into the error too much. So I should probably try to reproduce the definition for this. Oh, that's going to be such a pain, though. This is the definition, and it's quite complicated. Let's see if there's something obviously wrong by just logging the JSCAD plan. Oh, we can't because it's during the rendering. All right, well, we can probably figure out what line it's on. You know what? I don't want to think too hard. We got the repro. Let's ask AI to do it. Excessive heat warning. Yeah, it is hot. Exactly. Exactly. This is, yeah. That's right. That's right. It's hot. Because people say we're babies. You know what I mean? They're like, oh, you can't handle the cold. You can't handle the heat. And it's true. But it's also very hot. Getting my repos mixed. I'm gonna close everything I'm not working on. I'm done with the confusion. I think I know how to repro. Done with the confusion. One repo. Translate bug. Push this to a draft PR. When things start getting confusing, sometimes you just need some stability, a little bit of process. We got a repro. That's 90% of the battle. Now it should be easy to fix. So let's run Aider. Let's add everything. Just everything. Nothing is sacred. Maybe not, though. I think it only needs the library. And then we'll run bun test. Give it a path to our test file. Add the output to the chat. Please help me, Aider. Maybe it'll give me some guidance. Yeah, you know, the other thing is JSCAD transforms translate. JSCAD transforms translate. It almost makes me think there's an issue in the JSCAD. Did I do this right? Because it's called transformations here. And then over here, it's called transforms. JSCAD docs. It almost seems like a big old typo. Yeah, translations isn't a thing. Should be transforms or transformations. Yeah, transforms. It's just a big old typo. Those are the hardest typos when there is no typo. It's just a semantically close word. Okay, so I did this wrong. Well, AI got us into this. It can get us out. Let's add lib, add tests, refactor to transforms from transformations. I don't know if I can really say anything better than that. This whole library could somehow be generated, I think. Or at least like a lot better. Yeah, this needs to change. Why didn't you change this? Fool. This was in your context. Okay, now we're working. Fix transformations. Typo. So the error wasn't really in this module. So I don't know if we really need to even do this PR at all. But we learned. Let's update JSCAD Planner here. Still got the old version. Did it fail to publish? It did not. We're just waiting on that old cache to clear. There we go. Another thing I love about Bun, it's another DX thing, but it gives me the friggin' version number after it updates something. Saves me so much time. NPM doesn't do that. You add a dependency, no version number. It drives me crazy. Just give me the version number. That's my rant. Rounded cuboid is not a function. I should really generate this library. I'm wasting a lot of time. Let me think. Could I use like a JavaScript proxy somehow to do this library? I don't think so. I think you have to have... All right, let's do it. Rounded cuboid. This whole repo was originally generated by AI, hence the minor typos and stuff like that. Not that I wouldn't make minor typos, but, you know. Oops. Add support for rounded cuboid. Go, go, go. I guess so. I mean, we're looking at one where you add typos intentionally. I add typos to test the AI. I actually do have typos in my prompts a lot. It's kind of funny. Run test, sure. Okay. Probably worked. I'm going to just diff this and read the diff. I don't really want to do a PR, but let's just make sure it's somewhat sane. Looks like a pretty good job. Looks like a pretty good job. It's a Homestar reference for you you old schoolers out there. Implement rounded cuboid. I'm gonna automate what I'm doing right now. This is probably the last one I'm gonna do manually. We'll see how many it takes to get this done. I'm in a very get it done no matter what attitude right now, but this documentation surely can be downloaded as a markdown file, and then I can make a big list, and then I can have AI verify and implement. Because it's not hard to implement. There is a lot though. I just need this as markdown. I think this is generated from source files. Ugh. I could use browser base. I think browser base can convert pages like this into nice AI ready files. There's probably some other programs that do it too. Okay. I'm going to close this repo out. I don't think we need it. 3D viewer. Just need to do an update. Version 7. Whoops. Please work. Ooh, okay, we got stuff rendering, but it just rendered this one leg way down here. Earlier, you had a PCB in your hand. Did you order that using TS Circuit? Yes, I did. This is the first PCB for TS Circuit. It was ordered 3 months ago. And actually, I have in a box over here the custom keyboards. Unfortunately, I don't really have a lab space to assemble these. So I'm going to build a lab in my house if I don't find a lab by mid-ish October 20th. I have the last guest staying in my house in SF. And then after they leave, we're going to throw out the guest bed and turn that space into a lab. I do not need to solder. I don't need to solder the keyboard, actually. I need to solder like the Arduino. There's a chip that goes on the board that I have to solder, unfortunately. So it's actually a very tiny soldering task, so I might just do it on the sidewalk. But I'd prefer to have a lab. No, the keys are I would show you. I gotta get a box cutter. Let me get a box cutter and I'll show you the keyboard. Swappable, yeah. They're hot swap sockets that were put in by the fabricator. So yeah, that's why I don't have to do stuff. So let's do it. Let's do an unboxing. We're gonna unbox the keyboard PCB. I have not looked at these, so they might be completely wrecked. I just assumed they were good because usually my PCBs come in okay. I gotta cut it out of layers of tape. I think I ordered 5 or 2. I think I ordered 2. But there might be some spare PCBs in there because I think the assembled quantity is often different than the number they fabricate. So I probably have some blank boards in here, which is good. Okay. So there we are. Hot swap sockets. They look great. They look perfect. Yeah, looks great. This is what it looks like. So, the keys go on this side and they pop into the back. Those white things are spring loaded. This is really cheap. This is super cheap. The entire order costs $60 with shipping and all of that, but you know, if I wanted to mass manufacture these, it would be incredibly cheap. The plated holes look. Oh, you know what? Actually, there's a problem. There's no diodes. Yeah, there's a problem. So those little silver pads are supposed to have diodes on them. So yeah, I lied. I will have to do some rework on these boards. I totally forgot the diodes. Whoops. That is unfortunate. All right, now I got to wash my hands. I don't trust factory PCBs. Exciting stream. There are PCBs. Blue, brown, slim. What switches are you going to use? I have browns here. Yeah, I have browns here, and then there's 3 parts. I didn't show this. There's a couple parts to a PCB keyboard. So this is the key switch holder, and then this is the key switch, and then this is the cap. Oh yeah, actually, I guess there isn't really. I guess everybody knows that. So yeah, this is the thing that goes in, and then that's what most keyboards look like, and you pop in the key switch. So I think I have some. Yeah, I think I just ordered browns. I'm very lazy about this stuff. I don't use browns. By the way, I use silent red. So yeah, super custom. Wireless or wired? This one's gonna be wired for laziness reasons. Nice. Team red. Yeah, I don't know what my preference is because if a keyboard is loud, I like, I work in co-working spaces mostly, so I try not to use a loud keyboard. I know some people don't care. Shout out some people. That's hilarious. Sorry guys, but I'm a little bit self-conscious about it. But hey, if you are shipping code fast, then do whatever helps you shift. I'm not bothered by loud keyboards at all. Yeah, red does. Yeah, I have a very special type of red that is designed to make less noise. I think it's called Cherry MX Silent Red or something like that. And that is just so that people are, I don't know. I don't care about keyboard noise, but I know some people care. And the other thing, they can hear you on calls if you have a loud mechanical keyboard. And that's always a little bit weird because I'm always typing in calls, like whether I'm taking notes or doing what I'm not supposed to be doing. Dink and code, I allowed. Yeah, you can dink and code. What about frame? Are you 3D printing that? I have no idea on the 3D printing. I have no idea if I'll 3D print a case. My main concern is just that the electronics work. And I'll probably make 20 different custom keyboards this year. So I'll be playing with them for a long time. But I might 3D print a case just because it's so quick. Drinking code, is it allowed? Yes. Have you ever heard of the Balmer's Peak? You should look up Balmer's Peak. Or the Balmer Peak. It refers to how at a certain blood alcohol concentration, I don't drink, but it refers to a certain blood alcohol part, you get really good at programming. I don't know if there's any validity to that. I've heard both ways. I would say I've mostly heard it in the negative. It doesn't help. All right, I forgot what I was doing. This is rendering just this, which is totally wrong. It should not be rendering a single leg. So I guess time to figure out why that's happening. I wasn't expecting that. That's pretty weird. Oh, wait. No. I think I know. Because we did this hack earlier where we only took the first element. Is that it? Footprint model, we only take the first one. Let's see what comes out here. Oh, yeah, there's a lot of things. We have to render all of these. We could do it in a loop. Stream typos are so funny. Dink and code. Stinking Code sounds like an old company, like a joke old company. You know what I mean? Can you explain what this is and what are you creating in a way I can understand? Let's see. In a way you can understand. Break it down. Unexpected token. Let's see if we can get through this milestone, and then I'll break it down a little bit. Let's see. Avoid using index of an array. We don't care about that. Okay. Yeah, there we go. We're getting closer. Mesh geometry. Let's add rotation offset here. So I'll explain what we're doing a little bit while I do this, or I'll try to. TS circuit is React for circuits, and we're trying to make it so that 3D models in the 3D preview show up properly. To do that, we convert a string. After coding for 4 hours, my typing sucks. Makes sense. Oh, is it 4 hours in? I'm only 3 hours in. 250. I'm just going to add a rotation offset to these of something like that. Math that pi over 2, 90 degrees. Number is missing following properties in Euler, XYZ order. Okay. I thought you could, I thought you could do this. Yeah, that's valid too. Okay. Okay, I didn't rotate it the right way, so we'll fix that. Maybe we rotate it like this. Yeah, there we go. The other thing is it's a bit strange, but it's not being hoisted to the correct layer. So that's why it's like kind of like inside of the green. And then the other thing is the gold plating is off, and that is kind of like a known issue in the thing that generates the footprints. So lots and lots of broken stuff. If you want to fix one of these, I just did a whole tutorial last night on how to contribute to Footprinter, and this would be a great one to fix because this bug sucks. Rohit, you seem like a good guy. You should definitely go on over to blog.tscircuit.com and click this first blog post to get involved with Hacktoberfest 2024. Imagine winning this hat. Just imagine it. Imagine it. Because you might be holding it if I figure out shipping to different countries. I'm just a fresher. I stuck in my code after solving one error and got 4. Sometimes when a new error shows up, that's progress. And sometimes more errors will show up and it's still progress. In this stream, I've had so many errors that, I've lost count. Okay. So now to debug, why is this not hoisted to the correct layer? It should be. I think it's because the position offset needs to come from... I think this guy can have... I'm going to avoid the rotation offset for now, but it should be able to have a position offset. I can't remember the type of it. I'm just going to pass it in directly. I'm just a fresher. Is fresher a is that like is that like that's freshman, right? Do people call it fresher? Is that a thing? We might have to flip some coordinates on this. Because the thing about PCBs is like most people think about like XY as being a flat plane, but then in 3D world, they really like it when Y is up. Very interesting. So fresher is freshman. I've never heard that, but it makes sense. How many years? Where are you based? If you don't mind me asking. And please do not be specific. I do not need your GPS coordinates. Position offset. Okay, so now we might be able to provide this. Yeah, because CAD component has a position. So I think that might fix it. Oh, we lost him. He's just gone now. Oy. India. How many years of college is typical? Are you doing Hacktoberfest? BRB getting GPS chords with 20 decimal points of position. Oh, traumatic. That's like the worst part of doing anything online is when you're not even really involved and like some drama happens around you. You know what I mean? And for some reason you're there, you know? It's like a fight breaking out and you're just standing there. You're like, oh God. Like, I don't want this drama. Other people's drama is great. I have completed my graduation. Well, Rohit, I don't even know. I don't even know what's going on now. First, I hear you're a fresher. Now I hear you've completed graduation. Impossible to follow. You are an enigma to me. I think 3JS likes arrays. So I'm going to do this. And I like objects. Yeah, there we go. Now it's sitting on top of the board. So we did it. That's it. It should work now. We should be able to get 3D models in our snippet tool and then cool previews. This footprint is wrong, but that's okay. There are some other things before this is like super, super cool. So like I think if we go to that repo, not the string to 3D model conversion isn't super well supported. So we also want to do stuff there. But oh my gosh, get out of here, imposter. I am not Googling that. I'm going to let that be as ephemeral as possible. What if it was my location? I'd be like, oh. And then the X-Files sound plays. Just try safe for work. All right, I'll trust it. Maybe it's like the world's largest. I don't know. Whoops. Oh, Statue of Liberty. That is very safe for work. All right. What's this called? Staten Island? Is that it? No. What's it called? Liberty Island? I don't know much about New York City. Needs more precision. Yes, I agree. I agree. Not enough decimals. Next time. America Island. I think somebody watching in New York would be deeply offended, but I'm also from New York. I grew up in New York, but not the city. There's like a lot of New York around the city. Just a fun fact. If you guys are ever, hanging in the U.S., but this is New York City, but then New York is this entire huge other part, which we call upstate. Never been to the U.S., so I have zero knowledge. New York, I don't know. What is there to say? There's New York City. There's Boulder, Colorado. I like Boulder, Colorado, one of my favorite cities. It's got a lot of nice mountains. If you visit Boulder, Colorado, you'll think everyone in the U.S. is super nice. All right, brother. I'll see you tomorrow. If you're live streaming, it's 3 a.m. here. Good night. Good night, Rohit. Thank you for joining. Good luck not graduating as you are a fresher or not a fresher. We'll never know. We'll never know. It's all a mystery. Let's push this. 3D models from CAD components. Now work. I kind of hate PRs that have titles like that, but I'm doing it. Look, it's only gotten hotter in here. I'm sweating buckets. There are no workflows on this repo. There's nothing doing type checking. I bet the types don't even pass for this repo. What a hack job. Most of the type errors come from this one story. Oh, should I fix the type errors? I remember when fixing type errors meant understanding why they happen. Let's see what I'm tuned into. That's nice. That's all I can do. Not risking the copyright issue. Add command output to chat. Oh, the type check still failed. I am a freshman intern at a company after completing my university. Now we get it. Now we understand. But what we don't understand, and by the way, it's 3 a.m. You should probably go to bed. You're going to be real tired for that internship. But just to ask some questions, fresher, does fresher come after university when you are an intern? So you're like, also interning, and I don't mean to call you out or anything, but interning after university, shouldn't you intern while at university? You know, in the U.S., we like to say at college. We don't say university so much. It's like synonymous. What is it doing? It's not really fixing these type errors. Although it's just stories, so who cares? It was actually changing the code to like comment stuff out. I don't know. Yeah, it's like commenting stuff out. I don't know. I think it depends on the country and situation. Fair enough. Cannot find module app.tsx or its corresponding type declarations. Where is this? Source main. Yeah, why did you add this extension? It just randomly added this extension. Come on, AI. Wait a second. There is no app. I don't even think we use this file. Main.tsx. What is this even used for? We're a storybook project. Uh-oh. Just going to do that. Let's see if the storybook still runs. It's just type checking. It's kind of like a minimum, you know? If you don't have type checking, people are going to come in and mess up your project. $3106. What? My location? I'm being DDoSed as we speak. I did have it up on screen very briefly, so it's only a matter of time. TSC, not TSX. Honestly, you'll feel pretty sketchy outside my house. I think somebody coming to stalk me outside my house would probably have a worse time. We have a very protective. Yeah, I should. It's kind of interesting, but yeah, we have like, I don't know. We had like a really large, like, San Francisco has its crime problems, right? So we had this really large, like, crime situation outside the house. And then, so there's like kind of been like, I don't know, there's kind of like it's not a gang, but it's like a group of people who hang out outside the house. And at first you're like, oh man, who are these people? Like, what's going on? But then you realize they kind of protect that area a little bit. Like, I don't have, they like, it's like, yeah, it's like, it's almost like an immune system, like having people hang out outside your house, depending on who they are, you're almost like, well, you know what to expect. You're not getting anything too weird because they keep out some of it. So that's all I'll say on that, because I know it's very controversial San Francisco stuff. Fixed type errors. It's not a gang, but it is a group of people, and historically there was a large crime ring like right here. So, who knows? Who knows? Yeah, you get both sides. You get both sides. I've seen them take care of like bad people before. Like, people were trying to light Lyft bikes on fire. Lyft bikes are a electric bike station all over San Francisco, and they stopped people from lighting those on fire because they were like, "You're going to bring the cops," I think. So, yeah, it's cool. It's cool. Little immune system. Why not move somewhere else? Hello. I'm getting such a good deal on rent. My rent is only my entire salary. So why would I move anywhere else with a deal that good in San Francisco? Look up the rates in San Francisco. At minimum in San Francisco, you're going to pay $2,500 to $3,000 a month for where you live. And that's not going to be the best location. Yeah. Cool. We updated the README. Yeah, support for 3D components. Let's do it. So right now this can't generate very many 3D components. So we're going to improve the breadth of how many 3D components we can generate. Rohit says, I didn't get an internship while in college, but after graduating, a candidate considered a fresher for 1 year because they are new to the corporate world. Okay, cool. I didn't know that term, fresher, but it's a good term. What is your salary? $0. Yeah, after, I mean, look, I split my apartment, but I do think my rent is literally more than I get paid. So to give you a little bit of context, if I was the only one paying for my apartment, so a little bit of math, but that's what you expect in San Francisco. You don't make money from your job in San Francisco. You make money from your startup exit. So we're going nuts here. I pay less than $1,000 a month for rent. Few perks of living in a small town. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's a great rate. Yeah, a lot of people move out of San Francisco because of the rent prices. Okay, we're going to increase the breadth of electronics we can generate so that most circuits come out having 3D models, because right now it just won't display anything, I think. So we did dip, although dip is deeply flawed. It's a deeply messed up component. I would love to fix dip. Canada Honk, the downside is to go anywhere. I don't know why I said your name, sorry. The downside is to go anywhere that requires a multi-hour train first. Yeah, true that. If you have to commute a lot, that sucks. Do you have a full-time job? I thought you quit. I'm full-time doing TS circuit. Yeah, we're funded. So I do get to pay myself. Yeah. I'm not complaining. San Francisco, you make money from your exit, not from your salary. That's like my belief. Yeah, we're funded. There is no woe is me. I am extremely happy to be funded. I also love my investors. So there is, I am glad I get to do this all day and not work on things I don't want to do. So if I could pick a project, and I did pick this project, this would be what I would work on 9 times out of 10. So, and then the other time I have no idea. So really just this. All right. So this is what the dip component looks like, and it looks terrible. So we're going to fix that. All these components are on their sides, except for that one. That one looks good. This one's on its side. This is something you started, right? This was not funded earlier. No, it was not funded earlier. I did start this. I started this project a long time ago. Yeah. I started this project like in college, I would say. So 9 years ago, I actually started working on TS Circuit. Probably more than 9 years ago. But it wasn't called TS Circuit. It was called JS Circuit. And it was really, really hard because I didn't have AI to help me out. Like, I've used AI a little bit in the streams today, but AI has helped. Sometimes I build programs that help me write, like massively do AI, and that kind of stuff has been like really instrumental. I'll probably do that on stream sometime, but a lot of times I don't like know if it's going to be a successful experiment, and I try not to lose too hard. Like spend 4 hours just debugging some AI junk. Let's fix this. Oh man. Yeah, let's fix this one, and then I think I have to fix the last thing I did because the rotation offset was actually probably due to this just not being set up correctly in the first place. Whenever I see senior developers coding, you guys write like it's easy. Pissy, how are you guys to do this like drinking coffee? Yeah, I don't know. Just after a while, your brain just kind of molds around it. I don't know. I'm not doing that much coding right now. Define senior developer. Yeah, seriously. Yeah. Okay, so Footprinter 3D currently only supports TSSOP. Dip is really bothering me. This whole component seems like it needs to be rewritten. It's just an absolute garbage fest of a component. And then the ones we want to add support for are SOIC, or small outline integrated circuit. So we want to add support for this. It's going to be our to-do. We want to add support for, I think it's called passive, but it might be called other things like 0402, stuff like that. We might have to do a case for each one. Catch you next time, imposter. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for turning in. That's basically it. If we get these two, we're going to nail most circuits. And dip, we should definitely fix because it's super annoying that this one thing is broken. I have no idea why it's like this. It just makes no sense to me. Maybe it's because... Oh, we might not have like a pinhole-esque component. Yeah, that's probably it. So we'll work on dip for a minute. Did I break this? Yeah. What are the dimensions? I'm going to have to look up some standard dip dimensions. I interviewed for a senior role at 19. Title is meaningless, bar compensation. Yep, absolutely. And at a startup, like, you can pretty easily negotiate for whatever title you want. So, yeah. I mean, I feel the same way, but I'm in startup land. I guess you're also in startup land, but like, you know, like titles are so meaningless because you just give it to people who basically demand it as part of their, as part of like, you know, being in the company, and you're like, all right, sure. But, and then internally you're mostly mostly flat because you kind of have to be as a startup. All right, we need a dip leg. Oh, I gave myself an image. That's so nice of me. Yeah, look at these dip legs. Damn, that's a good leg. So we don't have a component for that. It's going to be a little bit of a curve. We're going to have to draw that with a polygon and then extrude it. Let me think. I'm trying to figure out what the best way to do this component is. We already did an SMD chip leg. That's this one. But the thing about this one is it's actually simpler. You can just do a polygon and extrude it. This one you can't do a polygon and extrude it. And it has this rounded edge that's kind of tricky. I think probably, if I had to guess, the easiest way to do this, it would be to do a polygon for this kind of side part, and then actually do a Boolean operation to remove stuff. But I don't know how you would make it round. We could do Boolean. We could do multiple polygons. It's kind of tricky. What is my title? I call myself publicly. You know what matter? You have an internal title and an external title, and my public title, I like to say lead maintainer. I think that one is most accurate to my day-to-day. But, otherwise, whatever the situation calls for. Somebody say, am I HR? What am I acting as? Yeah. All right. Just thinking through this approach here. I think I will do 2 polygons. I will do up to this rounded part as 1 polygon on this flat side. I only call myself creator, founder, CEO, CTO, CFO, COO, CIO. Don't forget head of people. I like that HR title at startups. All right, we got to get a polygon for this. Should I use this? SVG path editor. I'm going to take the data from an SVG path that I draw out real quick. Aren't we all head of people? Yeah, aren't we all head of people? Aren't we all just one big company? You know what I mean? I think if you are missing a head, you have bigger concerns. Oh, I just got it. That's pretty funny. We've all got heads, right? Right? Oh. Not gonna lie, this took a lot of mental fortitude to work up the courage to start modeling this, because I know it's gonna take like 5 minutes, and it's like, am I really gonna spend 5 minutes on this? And we're up to it. I could be a little lazy though. Let's see, how wide do I need this to be? It's gonna do this. Is that gonna work out? Yeah, that'll work. Okay. Is there a hotkey for that? Am I really gonna drag and drop all up in here? I can't drag. Please. There we go. Yeah, beautiful. This is ASMR SVG editing. Wait. Yeah. Nice, nice, nice. Joined when you were talking about getting distracted by a stream while coding. Now I am relating too much. Yeah, true that, true that. Yeah, it's pretty funny, huh? Like, yeah, no. During COVID, I started watching streams while I was coding, and so, yeah. Know that life too well. All right, that looks pretty good. Wasn't too bad. Currently finishing up slides for a talk, so technically not coding. Nice. Perfect. Sometimes when I'm watching something and I'm kind of getting distracted by it while I'm working on something, I type. I don't know if this happens to you, but I'll be like, oh, he's talking about, like, I don't know, like Typescript, and then I'll accidentally type the word Typescript just because like the way my brain processes it, like it enters my brain and then it goes through my fingers, and then I'm like, why did I just type this word? I don't know if that happens to anybody else. I feel like this is quite a bit wider. I feel like I'm not getting the width right. Let's try moving this out a little bit. And then we got to actually look up the dimensions. That doesn't look right. Maybe like this. That looks more right to me. Like that. I hope TS Circuit randomly makes it into your slides. By the way, congrats. Big conference talk. That's very exciting. In school, my goal was to make my slides so pretty the teachers wouldn't pay attention to what I was presenting. How'd that work out? I love spending some time to focus on the aesthetic of things. I feel like I used to do like a lot of reports and would spend a lot of time making the paper look like it was like a scientific journal paper. Like I would do like triple columns and stuff, just because like when you feel like it's almost like wearing a suit to work every day or whatever. Like even though you don't need to, it like ups your content because you're trying so hard to make it great. But it can also be it can also backfire and you can spend too long on it, of course. But it is fun, especially if like you're having trouble getting into it. It can help you focus. We have a pretty good path, but I wonder if there's a way to center this. That would be pretty cool if I could center this. Convert to relative. No, definitely not. Sorry. Okay, so dip, component, pin, dimensions, PDF. See if we can get a diagram that kind of gives us a sense of dimensions. Result is I became the slides guy in class. You can do that professionally. And when I was in this startup accelerator called Techstars, and everybody was hiring this one person who was really good at slides. Because in life, whether you like it or not, sometimes you got to make slides. I'd have better luck looking at a data sheet. That's not a dip component. That's a dip component. Ooh, this is worse than I thought. Hold on. Do you see how those go out a little bit? That's not good. Oh, so I'm going to have to extrude and then maybe give it a rotation. It'll probably specify the angle. Actually, I think you're supposed to bend them in, so it might be okay to do 90 degrees. I just have to make sure they go out the proper amount. Let's read the table of contents. I clicked the wrong thing. I don't even think they'll specify. They'll be like, oh, it's the standard. Oh, I need the physical stuff. Show me mechanical. Oh, there's nothing there. Give me the diagram. Give me the diagram. It sounds like it's time to change career paths. My last two slides could have been completely opposite aesthetic-wise. Yeah, I like it. It might make it memorable. Who knows? At the end of the day, what are people going to remember you for, right? The one meme slide, probably the one meme slide that goes viral on Twitter after, where you're just like bashing Vercel. Like, what's the content of the talk? Who cares? We got one in on Vercel. Comic Sans white mode, professional dark mode. I like it. It's funny how like really good slides have kind of been cheapened because like there's really good software for making slides, and so like you see good looking slides and you're not necessarily like, oh, this is $1 million. Like some of the crappiest slides I've ever seen have looked great because people used good software but were kind of just talking out their butts. Yeah, it likes to put a little angle on these, but I don't know if we'll do the angle on the pins. All right, show me the ratios. We're just going to get close. We're not going to like worry about it too much. 0.2125. I feel like I'm missing the total height. Are they going to make me do math? It's not very hard math, but I'm surprised I have to do it. So this is 0.2. And this is... Yeah, I think I have to do math. So the chip body height is... Oh, I don't have IPython. I'll use Node. An inferior technology for this. I heard Dino has... Do I have Dino? I don't have Dino. Brew install Dino. I heard Dino has a notebook. I should use a Dino notebook. What have we done with the size of packages today? What have we done? Dino adding a notebook is one of the coolest things ever. I feel bad for Bun because like they should totally do it, but it's totally going to come off like copying. Why is it installing Postgres? It created Postgres when I installed Dino. Dino Jupyter is unstable. You have to install it. Okay. Just trying to do some math. Just trying to do some baby math. Dino, wait, what? Dino, what do you mean? Dino kernel. Start. Help. You're going to make me Google this? You're going to make me Google. Start the kernel. Oh, is it just part of Jupyter or something? That might be why Dino installs Python. No module named Jupyter. All right. I give up. User experience, not great. I would trudge through, but I literally just need to do this one thing. All right, so the chip body is 0.18. inches. So what's the height of this lead, of this leg? We know that the bottom height is 0.25. And this one is half the chip body. So 0.18 plus 0.2 is 0.2. All right. So the ratio is then 0.2 to 0.125. That is the ratio. Or the top part is 1.6, 60% higher. That does not look higher. So let's move these guys up until it's approximately 60% bigger. Looks pretty good to me, although it doesn't feel like it matches the diagram. Doesn't feel like it matches that one at all. Maybe it varies. I'm going to go half and half after all that effort. All right, we've got the path. Yeah. Yeah, we got the path. All right. So let's define the pin. We're going to use the SMD chip lead as a reference. It does a lot of math because I think this one computes a curve because I was feeling fancy, I guess, and wanted it to be perfect. But this is like kind of the main thing. And then SMD chip lead defines a polygon programmatically, but I guess I only care about its type. Polygon equals get expanded stroke. And we don't need to do that, but what does it return? Point, it's just XY. All right. And we got to normalize this because the native SVG path is super not normalized. So maybe I'll leave that. It's not too bad. Paste in my path. We'll say SVG path points, and then we'll do a transform on these. So I'm going to use AI to kind of autocomplete this. And then I'll say convert to X and Y. Talk is tomorrow, so cutting it close. Finished. Oh, nice. Congrats. I hope it's uploaded. That'll be a fun one to watch. What's the title? Can we ask the title, or is that a spoiler? Nice. Okay, cool. I will be looking forward to watching it. That's very exciting. Hopefully not nerve-wracking either. I don't know. I haven't really spoke at conferences. I don't know if you've spoken a lot. Optimizing JavaScript engine performance. I like it. I like it. Yeah. I'll probably give it a repost. I'll do a repost with comment. I'll be like, really improve JavaScript performance? Really? Or I'll think of something more clever. JS is famously the slowest language in the world. Yeah. I don't know about that. After trying to write stuff in C and then seeing V8 wipe my C program. Wasn't that Java? Java's not that slow if you do it right. I don't think Java's really known for being slow. I think it's known for being heavy. It's definitely heavy, but I don't know if it's known for being slow. Like a lot of languages were used Java's. Oh, it was slow. Java was slow. I guess relative to C, C++, it's okay nowadays. Yeah, because a lot of language use I forget what it's called, but they use the thing, the Java bytecode or whatever. Kotlin. Some other languages use it too, I think. I can't remember. JVM, that's right. JVM. Yeah, that always seemed like something I would do something with and then never did. Never did. Get into Java land, because Java was pretty hot when I was just a kiddo in college and whatnot. My Minecraft RAM usage would like to speak up. But that's what I mean. It's heavy. It's very heavy. We need to normalize this polygon. The tricky thing is I don't know how I want to normalize it exactly. We could... I think we should normalize it so that the height is constant. Maybe the trick is to get JS to use all the RAM as well. Ideasphere engine. That's the missing piece. Use all the storage too. Well, that's what they say about M1s, right? Is that they kind of just like passively use all the RAM. Known modules already exist. Somebody already thought of it. Truth. Truth. How does one... yeah, I think... yeah, I think this is approximately how it works. I'm going to just tell AI to do the normalization. It's very easy to have like a off by something. Yeah. Cool. Perfect. Normalize on Y so we can run this. And then we just multiply everything by some number if we want to have it be in a place doing a thing. Guys, it is hot. It is. I'm roasting in here. The brain cell's not firing. All right, let's render this guy out and see what we got. Dip in leg. Dip pin leg. There we go. Oh, it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. Oh. Just as designed. Wrong orientation though. So z-axis is up. Extrude linear. What is it extruding over? Is it extruding over? How does this work? I also don't know the thickness of this guy. I feel like I'm doing data entry. Oh, it's very thin. 0.01. Very thin. It's like data entry, but with some extra math transforms just to make it easier to mess up. Do I have to rotate this? Does look like it's could do a rotation. Gotta go. Catch you all round. See you, Canada Honk. Thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it. Good luck on your talk. Oh my gosh. I'm very curious how it goes. And the first and last slide delta, of course. I will be looking for that. Thanks for the contributions. Also, timer00, I think it is. Appreciate the PRs. I know you're trying to stack a big one to get rid of the merge conflicts. I don't blame you for that, but also I don't like big PRs, so I feel like we should just fix whatever is causing this merge conflict thing to not resolve peacefully. I have no idea a clean way to do it without, I mean, we could just add it as an ignored file, that index or whatever. That's probably the easiest way to do it, but I already went a different way. Don't worry. All right, cool. Yeah, it sucks though. It sucks though. That particular project, especially with all the Hacktoberfest people, I don't know how they're gonna figure it out. Yeah. But appreciate the contribution nonetheless. Lots of good stuff. For that to be the biggest library ever on the internet, we got to make 10,000 symbols. So it's going to take a while. But actually, most of the good first issues are like really common symbols that we really need just to do very basic stuff. So everything is super helpful. And then there's another team making sure that that circuits can render into those. So it's going to be so cool when it all comes together. But it's almost like these 3D models. It takes a while to come together. I can't stop thinking about automating that somehow. Yeah, I had this concept where, so there's this there's that define symbol method, and it's pretty like generic, Let's see, what is this project? Schematic symbols. So like you have this define symbol method, and it's pretty generic, right? So it's like, what would be the best thing that AI could read and actually do it in? And I was like, what if it defined ASCII, like ASCII art? And so I was trying that for a while, but AI sucks at ASCII art. It's actually not that good. It can do like things that it might have seen before on the internet, but most things it can't do very well. So I dropped that idea. But yeah, I kept thinking there's got to be a way to get AI to do this. But it just doesn't work. AI has very bad spatial knowledge right now. There are people working on better ones, but right now it's just terrible. Wow, that is so thin. I don't like how thin it is. I feel like if we optimize our SVG rendering to be more flexible, it'll go a long way already. What do you mean by that? More flexible SVG rendering? Like, when running the generate command. Perhaps the correct word is accurate. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. The other thing I want to do is snapshot tests on that repo. So that repo doesn't currently have snapshot tests, which makes it really hard to review because I have to like go to the Vercel preview every time. If you look at some of our other repos, they have snapshot tests. So when something changes, it shows right up in the diff in the PR, and it's pretty sweet. Like you can see a visual diff, but we don't currently have that on that repo. So. Ah, man. I'm trying to figure out how to fix this. I think probably the easiest way is just to rotate it. But I'm surprised that extrude linear is sort of like it can only go in one direction. I almost feel like ooh, dark mode issue. Yeah, it seems like you have to rotate it. Height. It always goes in the Y direction. Extrude from slices. Extrude rotate. I don't know. Just weird that it's biased in a particular direction. Snapshots would be nice. Maybe you could even get AI to pre-review using the reference images. I mean, there's not that many contributions on that repo where I feel like we need to optimize it, but eventually I like the idea. I want AI to automate everything, but also like when you're automating a human process, a lot of times you got to think, wait, do I need to automate the human process or should I automate like what the humans are doing? You know what I mean? Oh, this is bad. It's taking this is a pet peeve, but sometimes it takes radians instead of degrees. That's why that looked off. So that's a bit annoying. I think it's right now. At least kind of right. I need to change where it's rotating. So we really want it to point down. -90, that should do it. Okay. Now it is pointing down. Makes total sense. I saw you put in work recently and making it easier to contribute. Yeah, I'm doing a lot of that for Hacktoberfest. Yeah. But also, making a project easier to contribute usually just improves the project overall. Can also improve your own DX, so it's kind of like, you know, sometimes almost selfishly motivated. Like everybody kind of wins. Something that's really weird to me is like this extruded pads thing. Like, why are they going up vertically? Just so many things that don't make sense about this particular one. Let's see what's going on. It's probably this. Okay, we're getting closer. Those holes are huge, but we'll figure that out as we go. If you look at how this thing is centered, I'm a little worried because it doesn't seem like it's centered properly. Hey. So we'll worry about that in a second. Let's just get it like kind of close to correct. Somebody did something to show a grid. I wonder if that's working yet. Let's update JSCAD fiber. And then in the dip example, let's try to do show grid. Let's see if that works. Show grid. It's nice, but the grid is in the wrong direction. Pain. What changes do I have here? Are these important? I don't think so. I think this is some AI nonsense. And the repro we discovered was in a different repo, so. I think I might have Let's just check out main. I don't think I have anything useful here. Show grid. We need to find an example with z-axis up, if we have one. Doesn't look like we have one. So now we're in the React Fiber project, and it looks like show grid isn't tested anywhere. We can test it inside the cuboid. We'll say z-axis up, and then show grid. And we can see it's got the problem. So now we have a nice reproduction. I should be able to come in here and say, for our grid helper, if z-axis up, we're going to rotate it. Oh, looks like it disappeared. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Okay. So now the grid is always kind of flat, like you expect. There's something different about this grid, though. If you look at the snippets grid, let's see if I can pull it up. It's not running. Is it running here, maybe? This grid has major and minor lines, which I really like. I also kind of like the white background. How's that look? Huh, didn't work. I wonder where that black background comes from. Somewhere inside of 3JS, I guess. Oh, you like it? It's this other thing where, like, if I navigate away, the grid seems to, like, go away or something. I keep seeing that. I don't know. I don't like how the grid doesn't have major lines. It seems to only have minor lines, and I don't know why. Because in the main 3D viewer, it also has minor lines. Yeah, I don't know. To me, it looks kind of unprofessional for some reason. Like, it doesn't, like, I don't know. Something about it doesn't look quite right. And the other thing is you have this sharp contrast between the end of the grid and, like, there's a little bit less of a sharp contrast here. It's kind of grayed out. I don't know. But I really like these blue lines. I don't know. This one, even though it's, like, the exact same technology, this one looks so much better to me. Like, and it's I think it's literally using all the same stuff, JSCAD and everything. But this one looks professional. And then this one to me just kind of looks like, I don't know, it just looks super janky for some reason. It's hard to explain. And somebody just, it was probably me, but like implemented it. It was black, didn't care because it wasn't what I was like working on. I can make it a prop too, of course. Like, you know, people can change it, but it's mostly for testing. Use dark mode if you want black. But I don't know how to change it. Let's look at the 3D viewer, see how it does the grid. Oh, weird. It doesn't use the same grid. Where does grid helper come from? I guess it's built into 3JS. Oh, interesting. This one is a React 3 component, so we can't use it. Let's look at its parameters, because maybe it has similar parameters. Infinite grid true, rotation, cell size. Oh, section and cell size. That's interesting. Color 1, color 2. I think this divisions things, it was set to 100, but it's not correct. Maybe? What is 100? Is 100 the size? I think this is a totally different thing. Let's look at how they implement it in this library. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. They literally wrote a shader. Damn. Well, not going to do that, so I guess we're stuck with this. Yeah. I guess it's fine. I don't know. To me, it looks a little jank. I don't know. Would love to try building a shader though. Sounds like fun. You should try to fix this grid, make this grid look good. I'm sure somebody already has a library for it though. 3 grid with sections. I mean, like, this is literally the code we need. Like, this becomes 3JS code. He creates 3JS objects. So we could like theoretically find a way to use this, but they wrote it in a way that doesn't seem super easy to import and use. Yeah. That's a great component. Anyway, we fixed this grid issue, so let's get this up in a PR. Fix grid orientation with Z axis up. Close this other one while we're waiting. Oh, damn. Timer 00 is just like pumping out PRs while I'm sitting over here. Nice. Looks good. This is another problem is yeah, I'm with you. I can I can give you contributor rights on this repo so that if you get an approval and then you need another one because of some change, it won't cause a problem. And then you can also create branches on the project, which will help with format bot. Just don't push to main. It's my one request. Format bot failed and type check failed. What am I doing? Let's see why format bot failed. Oh, this project uses npm. Oy, do I convert this project to bun? We're kind of in the process of converting every project to bun. I think I will. So how you convert a project to bun, if it's a TS circuit project, is you go in and you delete basically every workflow, except for if they have a custom one like deploy, you just go in and you might have to refactor this one, bun install instead of npm CI, and then you have to add the bun install step. So I'll do that in a sec. But we have this repo called TS circuit plop. So you do npm install -g TS circuit /plop. You only have to do this once. And then you run plop, and you can plop in all the replacements with bun. So plop, bun release, bun test. I don't think we have tests on this one. Bun type check, bun format check, and then bun format bot too, if or just format bot works. But that's only for people who have who like push to. If format bot only works, it can't fix forks, but it'll fix other branches. Format bot is a bot that formats your code for you and fixes your PR, but only if you use a TS circuit branch, not a fork branch. And that's just like a GitHub thing. You can always put in your own GitHub token, and I think it could do it, but it's a lot of work for people. I think this is good. Fix format check to use bun. And then we also have a package lock, probably, because we always do. Yeah. And then I'll do git ignore, package lock, make sure nobody else commits that. Finish conversion to bun. Let's take a look at some of these PRs. Schematic symbols. Oh my gosh, you have a lot. So this one was Hertz. So the only thing with these PRs, and we'll find out, but there might be, for some reason this isn't showing up in the Vercel preview. So I think, oh, are you not changing the index files? Ah, okay, I get it. Yeah, good call. Yeah. Okay, that's pretty smart. Maybe you explained that earlier and I didn't get it, but that's pretty smart. I can't review them very well, though. Yeah, actually, the one downside of this is it's really hard for me to review this. So I think if we're going to use this approach, we have to do a snapshot test on these, which is not that hard. So maybe I can set that up really quickly. I thought the build command was adding to the preview. No, it doesn't. Not right now anyway. You could here, actually, okay, let's do that. So if you want to do that, what you have to do is, no, it's a Vercel thing. Okay, so how does Vercel build it? We have to, so Vercel is just Vercel build. So Vercel build is slightly different than build. So if you want Vercel to build it, I think what you have to do is add a build step prior to this. I think. I don't know what this scripts build.ts does. Yeah. But yeah, that is a good idea to fix it. Although something to keep in mind is the released version of this library won't have them. Or no, it would because it does a build. Yeah. So I think everything works just fine. Yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good idea. I like the solution. Yeah, this build file literally does not do a build. So to fix this, what we would do, I can do it really quick. We would just do bun run build and then run the build script, which is really confusing that there's a build script there, by the way. I don't know. Whoever wrote this must have been in a very heated apartment in San Francisco. Make Vercel build index. So we'll check the preview on this, and I mean, in theory, we would, I don't know, it's kind of hard to tell because there's no changes on this branch. But if Vercel passes, I'll call that good enough. A way to make this even better would be to add support for snapshot testing. So I'll walk through what you have to do for that issue. It's super easy, but add snapshot testing. Step 1, install bun match SVG, configure bunfig .toml to preload, see the README. Let's just take a look at bun match SVG. So it tells you you just have to put this one line in your in the bunfig, and it just says, hey, load this file before you run the test, and that file will install the thing you need. Bun match SVG, because it overrides expect. So anyway, write a test that renders the newly introduced symbol. And so I don't forget LCC. The test will look a little bit like this. Expect test from bun test. Oh, and then it'll be, let's see. It'll be like, nice. Yo, complexicity. What up, man? How's it going? I'm like 4 hours in and I'm overheated on this stream. I'm sweating in here, let me tell you. It's hot in San Francisco. We have an excessive heat. Somebody told me, I was complaining about the heat. Then somebody told me they Googled SF weather and it says this, excessive heat warning. So I'm just baking away in here. We're dying. Anyway, so it would be something like snapshot watt meter AC or whatever it's called. And then you would do expect get SVG, and then you would, how are these defined? Like, I think you give it the symbol, so watt meter to match SVG snapshot. So it's literally like a snapshot. So it's literally like a one-liner. But anyway, that's how you do the snapshot testing. I hope that is enough hints. I understand that this is new to a lot of people, snapshot testing for where you commit to GitHub, because normally it's done a slightly different way. So anyway, I throw it to you. It'll make reviewing a lot easier. When people come in to mess up your designs too, you can also see it. I can also, since you understand the code base pretty well too, I can also add you to the code owners thing for the onslaught of Hacktober people. Term 00, and then let me see. There's Rashab. Yeah, a lot of your PRs, you're moving so quick, you might be able to set them to like auto. You know, like you could probably, if nobody gives you a review for a little bit, you could probably auto merge. For like, especially if you're like the way you're doing it is so solid. Rashab does some auto merging and it hasn't been a problem. Auto merge is like a privilege, you know. All right, good luck. I also made you a code owner so you can review some people's stuff. I also made Rashab a code owner, which will hopefully get you more reviews. Because sometimes I'm a little slow, but these are looking good. With snapshot tests, they'd be even better, but these are looking good. doing that good work, you know. Someday every piece of software that does schematics will use these. That's how I would think about this stuff. Like it'll probably get edited and, you know, iterate and stuff like that, like the symbols, and we'll probably add new points. But someday, like because the licensing is so bad, I'm pretty sure everybody will use these eventually. Since we are at it, can you take a look at the type guards, PR? I can take a look. Create type guards for drawing types. So the only thing about these is the naming. Our naming convention is if you say is something, you return Boolean. And I think these return... Oh, no, these do return Boolean. Oh, these do return Boolean. Okay, cool. Yeah, it seems fine. You didn't even have to do checks this extensive. Honestly, if you anycast it, I'd be pretty happy with it. Anyway, looks good. It probably will save us in the long run, right? Like having type guards. Although I would almost think you should do assert and then throw an error otherwise, because I wonder if it would improve. But I guess this is the right convention. But I wonder if it would, like, if we would get errors. Because, you know, when things are, like, it's almost like a silent error sometimes with those guards. But I like it. I like it. I like it in my superheated state. Okay, we're going to merge this guy. Oh, I should have also included convert from npm to bun. I'm gonna have to water up. I drank all my beverages. All right, we're making progress, even if it doesn't seem like it. This grid is gonna be fixed in a second. Maybe I'll do this, and then I gotta grab some water. Let's see. 3D viewer. Bun update latest. I see your point. Awesome to have it merged, though. Gonna use it soon. Yeah. I think it's good. I think it's good. I think it's great. I think it's good to actually have it do the work. It'll probably prevent issues long term. The only thing I'm thinking, and I don't think this is a big deal, but I do wonder if I ran the wrong project. I do wonder if we'll have no, I think it's fine. I think it's great. Yeah, no, it's great. I just don't implement type guards very often. So I was like, is this like, how could this pattern be abused? And it's just kind of sitting there, and I'm like, no, it's only good. It is implemented very tastefully, so just ignore me. All right. Did JSCAD Fiber not update? I feel like I do. Oh, there we go. All right, cool. So now our grid is correctly placed, and it's a little bit easier to see that this pin is not like really centered, which I don't like, but that is very easy to see now. So we'll fix this grid centering. Haha, there it is, my savior with TS errors. Maybe I use them too much. No, I think it's good. I do a lot of assertions, but assertions fail or are annoying a lot, so I think they're great. I'm going to do a quick water break / bathroom break, and I'll be right back here, and we'll see how much longer before I sweat myself to death. So hot. That 1 degree an hour thing is no joke. It is not a joke at all. It has actually basically, I mean, it's been going up more than 1 degree an hour. I'm on the 3rd floor. It's crazy. It's crazy. You know how sometimes you see videos and it's like a hiker and all the hours before their death and how things like escalated and stuff like that. That's what this live stream is. It's just you're seeing the degradation of my mind at every temperature. I know 90 degrees isn't that hot. There's probably like somebody from Texas who's like, oh man. And then nobody internationally knows what I'm talking about. They're like, oh, Celsius. That's all we speak. What is 90? My point is it's hot and I'm upset. This guy isn't centered. Changing topic. This guy isn't centered. You can tell from the grid. So we're going to try to center it. But I don't actually mind that the 0 is right here. It's just really, really annoying because you usually talk about the pins in terms of the center. So we just want to get it so that it's really all lined up on that axis. So that's what we're going to do. I'm also going to eat these sweet potatoes at some point. Sweet potatoes are a great source of energy. I am here complaining about the German winter. Well, the Germans are in shorts. Yeah, sounds about right. You're coming in from Germany. I didn't know that. Shout out to Germany. Are you natively from Germany, if I may ask? You don't have to answer that. Oh, where are my glasses? I'm really leaning back, so I think I gotta get my glasses game going. All right, 1 minute timer for my glasses. As my brain shrinks, I need as much time as possible. It's not gonna be that long. How long does it take to find glasses? Let's say 40 seconds. Let's go. Could not find. Don't know what I'm doing. I am Brazilian. I have an easier time dealing with heat. That checks out. Totally makes sense. Let me just search my immediate. Oh, they were right here, right in front of me, right in front of my face. Oh yes, perfect. I'm like old enough now where I get tired and I need glasses. Brain. I was talking to my mom. My mom was like, oh, we're using ChatGPT at work. And she was like, and it was really helpful. I used it for the first time today. Because I gave her a talk. I was like, you have to adopt AI. It's going to help you with everything. And I think she took the advice. So I'm pretty happy about that. Where I'm from, 33 OC is not bad in some parts, but humidity plays a role as well. Same temperature does not always feel the same. Totally. We have that in the U.S. If you go to Florida, it's called a wet heat, and it sucks because it's so humid. And then other places like California tend to have more of a dry heat, so it tends to be more survivable. But where I am in California, San Francisco has tons of microclimates, and so I think I'm in a wet heat. It feels wet. I'm certainly wet. Yeah. But anywho, let's center this bad boy. Worst thing about streaming IMO is like sometimes you get a little bit of momentum if you're code streaming. You get a little bit of momentum, and then you're almost like, oh man, I'm cranking. then all of a sudden it comes to a standstill sometimes. I'm not saying we're at a standstill, but like it can happen very quickly. You could just like get stuck on a bug and then like nothing happens for like an hour. Was introducing GPT voice to an Uber driver the other day. That's pretty cool. GPT voice is insane. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. What we're going to do is to center this X position. Let me think. How does this work? I think we would do subtract the width divided by 2 prior to multiplying by the factor. A little bit of math. Let's see if that fixed it. Yeah. Yeah. That's actually perfect. That's exactly what we want. So, did I try advanced voice yet? I have not. I have not tried advanced voice yet. It is on the agenda to give it a try, but I haven't tried it yet. But I'd like to. I'm going to fix my green screen. Looks a little weird. Better. Better. Time of day changes. Lighting changes. This is actually perfect. I thought I wanted to center it a little bit more, but I actually think that would be worse because the chip, we almost want it to start at the chip body, which, by the way, is probably the next thing we should put in. So we'll start working on that. Yeah, like that. Something that bothers me is like, which way is positive Y in X? You can't tell with this grid helper. I don't know. Have you guys tried advanced voice? I think my girlfriend might have played with it a little bit. I'm going to see the response from my mom. I asked her what model she was using. Let's see what she's using. She said, I have no idea. Probably 4.0 or 3.5. If it's 4.0, it's pretty darn good. She works somewhere where they have like an enterprise firewall. And so like they're not really allowed to use stuff. So it's very exciting when they get to use something. Wow, that chip body is not centered either. What the heck? Oh, it's probably because I defined the center like that or something. Center is missing. Center. I have no idea what's going on. This is the center, no? Is that broken? Yeah, it's translating. That's not how that works. What is going on? What is going... Oh my gosh, what is going on? Height divided by 2. Maybe that makes sense. No, it doesn't make sense. This should be the z-axis. I'm going to break everything, but I don't care. It's wrong. Okay. Now let's adjust these. Does she work for a big company? In Germany, any mid-sized business is crazy about data security. Yes, my mom works for a very, very big company. And with pretty tight regulation. Any mid-sized business is crazy about data security. I don't know. I don't know how it is in the US, honestly. I feel like we aren't. Like, that's my hot take. Everybody in Europe seems generally more concerned about data security than anyone in the US, but I could be wrong. Let's look up the standard dimensions of a dip component. I think we already had them up earlier. Like, what's the size of this body? It looks like it's separated by... so it says dimensions are in inches. So we'll look at the... Yeah, the millimeters is the... is this dimension. And we use millimeters by default. So what is the... what's the chip body size? 6.5-ish? 6 point, it's between these. 6.3? 6.4? Yeah, the footprint looks kind of wrong. That sucks. Yeah, it's a bug in a different module. Length. But that's kind of the point of doing these diagrams out. Like, you learn that other modules are wrong just by doing these. So this is like 10-ish for 4 pins. So that means for 4 pins, if we're 10, num pins on each side is equal to floor. And then we say, if it's 10, it's going to be like, that means it's 5 for 4 pins, which means it's 5 over 4 times number of pins on each side. Roughly. We'll probably realize that this is wrong later, but that should roughly get us there. Yeah, it looks okay. The width and the length are messed up. So this is, I believe this is the x-axis. So should length be along the x-axis? Width is historically, okay. So we got to switch these. Now that doesn't look so good. But I don't know if I can trust this footprint either. Should come out to 10. Number of pins is 8, right? For this guy. So this should be 4. 4 times, that's 5. Oh, I did do this wrong. Should be 10 over 4. Maybe I did have it right. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just iterating. All right, there we go. Looks about right. Let's get those legs in there. Let's add height above what would you call it? Like the surface. Yeah, surface. Height above surface. Set it kind of high for now. Height above surface. Okay. And then we can add that. Actually, we could set it to, I think how this is working is it like kind of has a default here. So we'll say height above surface. So that way we can kind of get it a little higher. Although in reality, it's only 0.5-ish. 0.5. Okay. Wow, this looks so wrong. I think it's because the height is wrong, though. This thing is, you know, he's a tall boy. 5.08, yeah, we have it set to 1. 5.08 minus 0.5. 5.08. So 5.1 minus 0.5. That looks a little silly too. But is it just because it's a cube? I think it might be okay. It might just look a little weird because it's a rounded cuboid. I think it's okay. All right, time to set up these pins. Let's see. Yeah, my mom can't figure out what model she was able to use. Sad face. We just add the translate prop here. Or the translate component. These need to be normalized a little bit differently. We need to, instead of 1 here, we want to have the height of these in millimeters represent the scale. So we got to find the heights of these guys. I think this is the thing earlier that I was struggling to calculate. So it's 3.8 plus. What model are you using? I use Sonnet. Yeah. Also, if you're a frequent contributor, we usually give out Sonnet API keys. So you might be eligible for that. Usually we look at how much time though. Yeah, I like Sonnet. Aider, yeah, so the best model for Aider right now is O1 Preview plus Sonnet. So they have this new model called they have this thing called in Aider called the Architect. Yeah, O1 is expensive. I actually don't have API access to O1 because I haven't spent $1,000 on OpenAI yet. I'm close. I think I'm at 500, but I haven't spent that much on OpenAI. So, yeah, I don't have access to O1, but I do love using O1 Preview for some really hard tasks. I've used it for really hard parsers and stuff like that. Yeah. We should ask O1 Preview what the height of this pin is. That's such an annoying piece of math I got to do. Oh, no, it doesn't have images. It doesn't have images. None of these have images. Ah, it sucks. What's the height of the pin? Yeah, Cursor is okay, but it's mid. Aider is much, much better than Cursor. And I use both. And, like, I only use Cursor for small things. For any, like, I mean, you've seen it in the stream. If you go earlier, I pump out stuff so quickly with Aider. The height of a pin is specified as 3.8, blah, blah, blah. Is that right? 3.18. Nah, it's between that. It's 3.18 plus 5.08 minus 0.5 divided by 2. No, that's too high. Oh, no, that's right. 5.47. A lot of math. Okay, so that is approximately the size of the pin. And then I think the thickness I got wrong earlier because I was reading inches. Too many tabs. What is the thickness? The thickness. Oh, it's saying 0.25. That doesn't seem right, though. That's so thin. I still had it wrong. Okay. Yeah, actually, that's pretty good. 0.25. We're going to do the curvy part in a minute, but I think that's pretty good for now. So let's line up these pins with the holes. I don't think I have like a range utility function in this repo, so I'll just add that real quick. Range. What did you say you were using? Aider.chat. This. Yeah, take a look at their benchmarks, and I think they're the best. The guy who makes it is really smart, really passionate. Paul Gaultier, I think his name is. Very cool dude. I like what he's doing. Post benchmarks when new models come out. If I had to pick a community to just follow, it'd be Aider every time. Love him. These calculations always suck. I don't know if we have a utility function for them, but it's a little bit annoying. What? I think it's terminal oriented. Yes, it's terminal oriented, and that part sucks. Like, I don't love the terminal either, using the terminal for all this, but it's just like the results too good. I mean, if you're willing to spend money, because like I said, I put in almost everything into context, and I spend about 10 cents every time I use Aider. Every time I do a chat message, I basically spend 5 to 10 cents. So you have to be comfortable with that. For different people, different ROIs. For me, it totally makes sense. I mean, for me, it's totally worth it. But, for some people, it won't be worth it. So we need to add a pitch parameter to dip. And then that pitch usually defaults to 2.54 millimeters, which is 0.1 inches. The time it saves you is worth that 10 cents. Yeah, I mean, yeah. What's my hourly rate, right? Like even minimum wage. Just compare it to minimum wage. In California, minimum wage is, I think, $15 an hour-ish, $14, $15 an hour. So it's like, yeah, I mean, yeah, if it saves me 5 minutes at minimum wage, that would be over $1. So we're not getting price gouged yet, like on AI models. I hope we don't ever, but we're certainly not getting price gouged yet. They're all super competitively priced. O1 would be the first one, I think, that could actually gouge people, especially if they got like a fast working version. That would be insane. Everybody would be like, oh my gosh. Gotta do some modulus math here. I don't have to do this in the proper order. I can just do a super lazy version of this because I don't think we don't give the 3D components like stuff. O1 is tough right now. I spent $10 on it the other day without even realizing. Oh, you use the O1 API with Cursor? Is that right? How'd you get access to it? Like through your company, or are you just like friggin' spending money on OpenAI? I mean, good if you are. Oh, you might be using it through a third-party provider. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. Well, did you get good results? I'm going to take 5 seconds to eat some sweet potato. I need calories. Oh, you got access through Cursor. I see. And then all the billing goes through Cursor. Is that right? Oh, I don't have chat here. That's pretty cool. I didn't know you could do that. Yeah. Yeah, if we look at the benchmarks here. So Aider has this thing called the architect model, which is where one AI plans. Oh, where is it? Yeah, there we go. So they have they separate in the architect model. They separate the AI that plans your code versus the one that implements it, and they found that O1 preview planning and Sonnet implementing was the best combo. Oh, actually, it might have even changed recently. Wait, am I O1 preview Sonnet? Oh no, actually O1 preview and O1 mini, I guess. I don't know. Maybe a new O1 mini was released. The biggest difference is you ask Claude 3.5 to do a whole component at once, for example, it'll try, but it'll fail at some spots. O1 manages to complete a longer task without / with minor issues. Yeah, I need to play with it more because I'm not 100% sure. I feel like it's really binary for me. Either Claude does it basically perfectly or it messes up. I don't know. But like with Aider with this combo, I don't know. This might be the best of both worlds because, like, if you look at the baseline O1 preview with O1 preview, it's only 79%, so they got a 5% pass rate on that. And these are the hard problems, right? So each percent, they really have to work for it. I just use Sonnet. I will be switching to the architect model with Aider soon. I'm going to do some testing fairly soon on it. But yeah, not yet. Yeah, it's hard to know because for me, the Sonnet already takes quite a bit of time. And I use it for so many easy things that like I don't really need the power. So I'll probably have it as a separate command and I'll only use it for really hard stuff. But usually like I figure out the architecture myself for most projects. There are some projects where I have the AI architected just to understand what a simple architecture would be because I might overcomplicate it, but having a lot of fun with these AI-centered programming tools. I totally agree. Changes the game. It's huge. Yeah. AI for everything too, right? If you scroll up in the Discord, we're going to start releasing a podcast weekly. We can listen to some of it, but we have a podcast. Oh, whoops. Oh, this is fun to show. I think. No, I actually needed holes. By the way, I just looked at the boards on stream today. They're pretty good, but I forgot to place the diodes. Might do it manually, but have to wait for them to ship. Yeah. What we're talking about is we ordered a custom keyboard. So I just have to put keys in this, and we have a custom keyboard made with TS circuit. But unfortunately, I did make a very, very silly mistake. So let's see. Yeah, this is our AI podcast. So what I'm going to do is take contributor summaries and turn it into a podcast. So let's listen to this for 5 minutes or 3 minutes.
Ever find yourself glued to the screen when the credits roll for a movie, just fascinated by all those names and roles?
Totally. It's like a whole world behind the scenes.
Right. And it gets you thinking, who were those people? What did they actually do? Well, get ready, because today we're diving into the credits roll of the tech world open source software.
Ooh, I like this. We're talking
Name
about the
the
unsung
project.
heroes, the ones building the tools we all rely on.
Absolutely. We're breaking down a project's contributor list, and trust me, this is way more exciting than it sounds. We're not just looking at names, we're talking impact, uncovering the different ways people shape these amazing projects.
It's like a puzzle, right? Each contributor brings a different piece.
Exactly. And just like any good puzzle, we've got some standout
They are
pieces that
not
immediately
actually
catch
getting
the
to
eye.
the content.
Take Sevabar, for example. This person is everywhere. Core code, 3D graphics, even those nitty-gritty bug fixes. Talk about wearing many hats.
That just screams core contributor to me.
Mm,
Maybe even a
thank you.
maintainer. They're not just writing code.
Recognition. That's all I ask for. Lots
They're
and
like a
lots of
conductor in an
recognition.
orchestra, making sure everyone's in sync. But even more impressive is the range of skills. That level of involvement across so many areas is not easy.
It's
City 1001.
A lot
who
of this
come in
podcast
and add
is
those
them just
super
complimenting
specific
me.
but oh so crucial components that just make everything click.
absolutely. And then there's Andrei Belitsky, who basically single-handedly boosted the project's compatibility with easy-to files. Those file format tweaks might seem small, but they have a huge impact on usability.
It really does feel like a giant orchestra, doesn't it? Each person.
So I think it's kind of bad, but I see the potential. Like if we give it better data input, and then it'd be fun for everybody to hear what everybody else is doing, and everybody likes it when people, when you get talked about, right? Everybody likes to be talked about, get a little bit of attention. That's why we're on the tweeters. So should be fun for everyone. I will definitely try to give it better data for next week, but this week all the contributions will be in there. So what will it say about you, Timer? What will it say? What will be your legacy? All right, let's get these legs together. When it's about you, you have to listen 100%. 100%. Okay, I did it in the wrong direction. Good. So far, so good. But did I, though? I think I did. Wait a second. The Y row is... Wait a second. None of this math is right. Hold on. I'm overheated in coding. There we go. All right, looking good. Now we just need to center it. I'm going to say back pin position, and we'll make everything relative to that. In the near future, we'll all have our AI admirers. I am a big believer in that. I might have talked about this before, but I think like everybody wants like just to be recognized, right? A little bit. And even if it's AI, it's just like, it reminds you that you did something. Even if like but a lot of apps do this wrong where it feels very fake. I feel like you have to have like a long-term view of it for it to feel real. Like it's totally different. I don't know. Like every company does this where on the Apple Watch or whatever, you'll like get a notification that you just ran a mile and you're like, yeah, I ran a mile. But I wonder if like there's a way to make that more, because it doesn't mean that much to me. I don't think I get like any jolt of like, I feel good when that happens, but I'm hopeful for like a really nuanced comment. Like, like even though you slipped in the shower this week, you were able to run a mile, like something like that. That's so specific might, It probably has to be more personalized. Yeah. Exactly. We're on the same page. Yeah, I'm gonna listen to the AI on this one. I think this one is just negative width divided by 2 body width. And then we need to make these positions relative to the back pin position. Okay. I did it in the wrong direction somehow. Right? Oh, this one needs to be negated. Okay. That still feels off. Why does that feel off? I think it's this divided by 2 or something. And I think it varies for even and odd, but that actually looks about right. The issue is with the Y, I guess now. The question is, will we know our fans are AI? Yeah. What's that called? Heaven banning? You ever heard of this? Heaven banning? Where somebody doesn't know their band and they feel like they're in heaven because you generate content around them that makes them think that they're not banned. Very interesting concept, and it's definitely going to happen. It's just how much is it going to happen? Is it going to be a big deal or not a big deal? Negative body width. I wonder why this is offset so weird. Is it because of this -1? I don't know. I'm barely paying attention. I'm just kind of tweaking until it looks right. That looks right. Why is this one off? That doesn't make much sense to me. The question, we'll have to look that one up. Yeah, heaven banning. It's very interesting. Heaven banning. The hypothetical practice of banishing a user from a platform causing everyone they speak to be replaced with AI models. I mean, it would work on like 1% of the population. They wouldn't realize they're heaven banned. But as soon as you do it to one person, there's going to be a million people who are paranoid, right? How many men are being seduced by bots, like these girl bots on Twitter? Probably a lot. Not me, but probably a lot. All right, I got to get this chip done. I've really burnt a lot of time on this. Oh, I see the issue. We just need to remove one pitch width. Why does that seem like it's an X issue, though? That really goes into the internet is all bots conspiracy theory. Everyone's a bot except me. This chip body is actually really annoying at this point. It's really hard to tell if I'm centered. Okay. Oh, it looks a little off. Why is it off? Actually, I'm a little worried that the footprint might not be using the pitch it should be too. That's definitely a concern. We might have 2 different pitches here. So we'll never line up. Because the dip pins actually look pretty good. One thing we can do is manually specify, I think we said 508 is what we want to use. Yeah. So that looks a little better. I have changed my mind on something. Let's get this guy a little bit more fully centered because the math is getting a little over my head. So we're just going to create one at 0, 0 and make sure it looks okay. I feel like in a normal CAD tool, this is so much quicker. Like programmatic CAD needs help. Yeah, so I'm just going to move it over a little bit by default so it's kind of centered on that point. I don't know what axis it's extruded on, though. Like, which one is Y and X? Really need a coordinate axis helper. I'm going to create an issue for that. Let's clear this out a little bit. Yeah, all right. So let's say it's Y, and then we want to add 0.25 divided by 2. Let's see if that fixes it. That doesn't look any different, which is kind of weird. Okay, that one did look different, so I think that's it. Okay. I guess this is the x-axis. Okay, cool. Now that we know that that's centered, I don't have to rotate legs, which I like. That would have confused me even more. It's really weird it's not centered around 0. Maybe this is supposed to be 0. Yeah, okay. No, huh. Oh, okay. This is either 0 or 1, so I was confused. Gotta do this. Multiply by 2. So now it's -1 or 1. Okay. Right? Oh, no. Hold on. This one is either 1 or 2. So we subtract 1. There we go. All right. Oh. Just log it. KO. Just log it. So my last PR for the day. See you around. See you. Thank you for all the PRs. I will send out some approvals. Hopefully we can do some snapshot testing on them too to speed up the review process for the future. But thanks for tuning in for this long stream. Appreciate it. See you soon. Good banter. Now it's -1 and 1. And the X looks good. So what's going on here? Oh. Oy. Little typo. It's the heat. It's the heat. All right. All right. Stuff's messed up. Stuff's messed up. Let's start with that. Okay. We had some X and Y flipping here. We're going to flip it till it makes sense again. So this is the x-axis. So the y-axis is where pitch should be multiplied. Yeah, okay. That looks right. Which means this one should be body width, yeah. Okay. Why is it not centered, though? So we want to subtract this basically by the half width, or the number of spaces. So if you have 4 pins, you have 3 spaces between them. So that's why there's this subtraction. And then you multiply that by the pitch, because that's the size of each space. And so now we're centered. And then this one, because we just divide that by 2. Okay, so now we're good. Wow. Just had to break it down. Took forever. This looks about right. This is like a little bit. Yeah, it looks about right. The pins are actually slightly outside the body. And then they're also much higher. According to our diagram, it's at the very, very end. We have a physical diagram of this guy. It says 7.87 in millimeters. 7.87. Pin cross body pin width is what I'll say. And then we're going to kind of do a factor to make it generic. So the number we just got from this diagram is 7.87. It's actually between these, so let's call it 7.5. So we're going to say 7.5 over... actually, let's say body width plus this factor, which is about 1. So we could say, let's just say body width plus 1. So it's 1 millimeter away, essentially. Crossbody pin width. And then we need to elevate these pins by their height. Whatever we normalized on here, 5.47. It's like, yeah, it's like roughly half that, let's say. Something like that. Didn't change at all. Wait, I feel like I just did so much. Crossbody pin width. Just a quick sanity check. Let's multiply by 10. There we go. Much bigger. Maybe 1 millimeter isn't all that much. They're pretty close. So I guess it's just outside of that body. And then the Z for some reason did nothing. So let's see. Yeah, we're not using it. Okay, so we'll do that. And there we go. That's about it. So now we just need to curve those legs in, and we're done with this component. About friggin' time. I feel like I've spent an hour and a half on this, which is insane. It's just crazy. But whatever. We could angle them outwards slightly if we really wanted to. It'd be pretty easy to do, but I will refrain. Let's see. How can I do this really easily? I could do another extrusion. I could also do a circle, like a cylinder. Goes from here to there. And then cut out another cylinder. Would that work? Or cut out a rectangle? No, that won't really work. Probably a polygon is the best way to do it. So we'll create a union of this extrusion and some other extrusion. This one's going to be different. It's actually going to be the, we're extruding by the width of the pin, if we can find that. The topmost width. It looks like this is a half width, so it's 1.14. It's about 1 times 2. Okay, so 2. And this is the tricky part. We have to do a polygon with a bunch of points here. So we're almost like carving an arc. Kind of what we want to do. There's a function we used elsewhere called getExpandedStroke. So you almost want to do this. What this function will do is take a path and turn it into a polygon. That's all it does. So by a certain amount, by a certain thickness. So our width is going to be 0. Whatever the thickness of the pin is. So 0.25. Maybe we just keep it super simple for now, just to get something rendering. And then I think I have to map these like that. Yeah, okay. Let's see what that does. Okay, so I think I see our extruded piece, but we lost the other stuff. I don't know why we would have lost it. Union must have 2 children. Is this the wrong type? Pretty sure union just combines everything under it. There might be a bug in the higher level version of union, so we can use the JSCAD version. Oh man, this is weird. What's going on? Let's go to JSCAD Fiber, see if there's any union examples. Interesting. I don't know why union isn't working there. The other thing we could do, it's like an alternative to union. It does the same thing internally, but we can return a fragment, and that seems to work. But union should have worked, so I don't know what's going on there. Let's make this path a little bit crazier just to confirm we are actually getting a shape. Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah. So we're no longer doing the same translations and stuff like that. So it needs to have those translations applied. Like this. And then, yeah, rotate, translate. Cool. This is probably the best view of what we're doing. You can see that expanded stroke very nicely. So we don't want to rotate it the same way as before. So let's see what we can do. Let's do some shape stuff. So we're like this right now, and we want to go like that. So what is that? It's 90 degrees on the z-axis, and then it's hard to keep track of the axis, but I think it's 90 degrees on the y-axis. So we'll do 90 degrees, and this one could be 180. I mean, you never know. So I'm just going to do 0 degrees for now. We'll see how that works. Okay, not bad. First try. First try. Count them. Cool. This part is mostly just aesthetic. You're never going to use this to check anything, so I'm just going to go. I'm just going to rip through this. It's just not that important. Okay. It's too high. So I think we want it up by like 0.7 is my guess. We'll adjust the stroke in a second. Because it was rotated, I don't know if you need the same. Oh, that didn't work well. I think it's going to be y plus 1 or something like that. Y minus 1. Yeah, there we go. It's just like thinking about what factors you could possibly use. Okay, and then for the x, we want to bring it in probably by 1. Yeah, I really need that axis helper because it's really difficult to think about. And then we can see that this side isn't rotated properly. So depending on which side the pin is on, we actually need to... is rotated, I'm just going to say x greater than 0. Will that work for us? Yeah, I think that'll work. I think that'll work. So is rotated. And then we will change this. This will be is rotated 0 or 180. We did that backwards, so 180, 0. Okay. And then some other things need to change too. So this translation inverts or -1, I think. I don't know why it's throwing errors at me. Ooh, backwards again. -1, 1. All right, starting to look okay. This Y position is pretty weird. And it's probably because it's not rotating around the center when it's rotating. There's kind of a simpler solution than this. Or this, which is to adjust the stroke itself. So it's like, I think this one, you vary. Oop. Let's try varying this one. It's hard to tell with all the rotations which way is which at this point. No, that's still wrong. I don't know. I'm mostly guessing at this point. I should have taken a more... All right. Let's be a tiny bit pragmatic. 0, 0, 1. Okay. So this was already not the dimension I thought it was. So let's start with this. Okay, great. For some reason, it's a little bit off. I think we can fix that. I think that's this factor. Yeah, perfect. Okay, now we're aligned. Why don't we get aligned on this side too while we're here? So that's with the +1. Okay, now we're... Okay, so depending on our rotation, we'll flip that. I feel like that's fair. Okay, cool. Perfectly aligned. Almost the same width. For some reason, there's like a little bit of extra. I guess this height needs to increase by probably that factor. Something really small, but... Okay, now it's too big. I don't know. I don't know how long I want to spend on this nonsense, but there is some small factor we're off by somewhere. But we are perfectly centered there. Maybe it's okay. It almost looks stylish, like intentional. All right. So in theory, now we just go to 1, 1. Okay, so they're both pointed inward. So 1, -1. Or they were both pointed outward. And then on the opposite side. Okay, interesting. Cool. All right, we're getting there. Nice. All right. This is maybe good enough. I actually don't mind that. I kind of like the super low poly, like not a curve look. I'm gonna call that good enough for now because I mean that's a lot of time and effort. Somebody can always fix that. I feel like all the good stuff is there. Somebody to come in. Height above surface should be optional. Fixing some type errors in some other places. So the cool thing about this is now when you do dip components, they should be correct automatically. So these will automatically show up, and they'll show up in different sizes in theory. Looks like we broke some other stuff though. So I don't actually know if this is PRable because some other stuff seemed to have break. Yeah, we broke TSSOP in the process. So let's see. TSOP, let's see if we can fix this. Width, length, height. That all seems fine. SMD chip lead. Position. There's a little XZ swap here. Z0. Okay. Another swap here. Okay, that's fine. Are we setting rotate? We're not setting rotation on this. Yeah, this extrude linear extruding on the wrong dimension is pretty annoying. Yeah, that definitely needs a different API. I'm also not sure what's going on with this Z translation and stuff like that. Oh, this is not fun. And everything is kind of broken like this. This one's okay. Presumably anything with, yeah, QFP, similar issue. I don't know if this polygon is centered. If this polygon was centered, it would be fine. But the problem is it's not centered, so you have to be kind of careful with the rotations. The rotations can get messed up if you lose the center. Let's go to the component. Okay, so this is an SMD chip lead, and we can see it's lying on its side, and we can also see that the center is kind of the bottom of the foot, the bottom end of the foot. So let's correct it so that it's not on its side. To help us out, SMD chip lead example, we can do show grid. Okay, this should help us reorient it. So it looks like a Z-axis flip is all we need. No, it's not the Z-axis. Hold on. This is the X-axis. And it looks like, I could be wrong, but I think it's negative 90. Nope, it's positive 90. Yeah, that looks right. Okay, that's it. So now we should see less issues, but everything looks more messed up. Maybe because it flipped like upside down. This side is fine. And then these ones all need to be flipped 180. There we go. All right. It's just flipping those coordinates. And some of them are still messed up. That is so weird. TSSOP, but TSSOP 20 is broken. Why would TSSOP 20 be broken? It should be the same component. TSSOP, blah, blah, blah. So it looks like one side is flipped. That's the idea. I think these just need their X and Y's flipped. They might be okay after that. I don't know why it didn't affect the other one. There might be two TSSOP definitions or something. Oh yeah, why is this shouldn't even exist. TSSOP 20 shouldn't even exist. Yeah, all right. It's just a bug. 0402s. I would love for these guys to render properly. Why not? Height is always on the Z-axis. Okay. Looks good. All of these. There should have been a utility function that did all of these, but anyway, it's fine. A0403, flip the Y and Z coordinates. Nice. It's actually did it better than me because I didn't flip this one. They're just super close, so we didn't notice. Okay. All right. How we doing? Most stuff working. QFP still a little messed up. Cool. We're doing it. Slowly but surely. Top, bottom, right. Did I do 4? Why does it feel like I did 3? I don't know. Okay. This looks wrong. Looks like it should be there. Okay, one side is okay. The others are bad. Press to do with rotation. Oh, I was right. I didn't flip this one. All right. Oh, whoops. No. Oh, my gosh. It's the heat. Blame the heat. Y0. This one is messed up. Oh, my goodness. Flipping coordinate axis. Something I resent and I have to do a lot. Also working with other people's code. Okay. And then that is wrong. -5 math.phi divided by 2. That's not right. Jeez. Oof. No. I think I got those inverted, I'm guessing. So that should fix one side. Yeah, okay. And then the other side is math.phi. Weird. Multiply by 5. That was definitely off. All right. Cool. Looks lined up. Do we fix everything? All right. Finally. Oh, these aren't fixed. That's okay, though. But not bad. Okay, so footprinter through. All right, so let's do a quick checkpoint. I should have done a contribution video on this repo. It's a pretty good repo too for contributions. Chord flip, dip, fix, chord flip. It's pretty tricky. A lot of math and just seeing what's wrong over and over again. I want to make sure we have 0402, 0603 implemented. So let's do that really quickly. So we're going to say fp0402.example.tsx. Copy this code, paste. Then we do 0402. And then what I really want to see is what logs here. We're supposed to get logs. Why aren't we getting logs? So function comes in as resistor. Weird. If you do 0402, function comes in as resistor. Case res. Yeah, all right. I don't know. Case res. Case. I guess. If fpjson dot. Oh, wait a second. We got to do. I think what I'm going to do is man, I'd really like to get Soik done too. But we don't even have Soik 3D models. So, all right, whatever. If none of those hit, what we'll do is we'll switch over fpjson dot imperial. And then we'll do case 0402. Super simple. Yep. And then we can do 0805 too. Damn, I really wish we had Soik. I'm going to put in TSSOP. To do switch to Soik. Just so that something renders. That'll improve things a lot. Okay. Footprinter. More footprinter strings for this commit. Let's see. Did we fail anything in the last one? Just for cell deploy? Cannot resolve TSOP20. This repo may not have publishing yet. I think I can't remember if I set up publishing on it earlier. Let's see. We're still failing Vercel, so let's see what's going on here. That's usually an indicator that our build system is bad. Trouble reading dip. Yeah, everybody's talking about this. Dip.tsx. Dip. Yeah, I don't really understand, but it seems like something went wrong with this dip file at some point, and it's haunting us. Let's just rename it dual inline package, and then whenever we have dip.tsx, okay, it looks like it got renamed everywhere. So, yeah. Rename to dual inline package. And then let's add some workflows. Can run a format check. We'll run the release step. That's the most important one. I don't think we have tests, so then the only other one we can run is type check. Before I push that up, I just want to see if we... Whoa, 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 whoa. For cell still failing to deploy, no output directory named Cosmos export. So for that, we need to do vercel build. We'll do bun run build site. Add vercel build script. Add workflows. We should see more workflows run now. Yeah. So we're failing formatting. So we don't have a script format check. Okay. So format, biome format, right, dot, and then format check, or lint is usually biome format dot. This PR was an undertaking. That's why you gotta have these from the beginning. People are crazy. Literally never know what people are gonna bring in. It's a weird issue, but easy to fix. I don't know why we would be having a React issue. I don't understand it, but I also don't question it. I honestly can't believe I'm allowed to stream this long and just upload it to YouTube. Just all that file hosting, all these gigabytes of me staring at code. All right, let's merge this guy. It should auto-release. We'll watch that auto-release really carefully because it's the first time that workflow is being run. This guy should deploy the new version pretty soon, which will be nice because it'll be not broken for the first time. This project didn't have the best stewardship. The stewardship kind of went between a couple people. It's a recipe for disaster. We can review some Hacktoberfest PRs. We got this guy Timer00. He's going nuts, getting lots of stuff done. Yeah, so many PRs. This dude's just pumping it out all day. Awesome. At least see the changes on preview. What's going on in Hacktoberfest? Anybody responding? Oh, sad thread. Sad thread. Oh, I got one party box. Thank you, sir. Be bland. Nice. Where are the contributors? Oh, this README sucks. We should improve this README. Really quick, really quick. We'll do an AI README improvement. So we'll do it on a new branch. I guess there was an Aider update. I'll take it. Let's see. What do we want to do? Let's add lib. Let's add examples. Let's add package.json. Let's add the README. And then we're going to say generate a great README with useful usage instructions. I think this project also needs a license file. I don't see a license file. $0.05 for this README. Let's see what I just paid 5 cents for. Looks pretty good. I do like this header. I'm adding this header everywhere, so I'm gonna add this header. I like it. Just throw that in. We can throw it there. I feel like I already generated this. Is this like in a separate PR? Maybe I closed it. I have no idea. I feel like I already generated this. I don't know. Just by using the footprint. Okay. I don't know. Maybe it's hidden, but I don't think I have a license file. I think I forgot the license file. And we push. Nice. Okay, looks good. But the job isn't done until we get the 3D until the generated code by the AI shows 3D components. That's what I want. Did we already merge this branch? Sav1? Yeah, okay. Okay, let's undo all of our changes real quick. And then check out main. Update deps. Version 3, I think that's all we need. Update JSCAD, electronics. And then I could just run Storybook to check, make sure we got. I'm worried about the rotation. Yeah. Okay, we got to fix the rotation. Yeah, I think there's no need to rotate it at all anymore. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Okie dokie. Good. So the 3D viewer is going to publish a new version. Then we can go to the snippets project and update that dependency, and we should be good. It might seem like a bad idea to have this many dependencies, to have packages all over the place, but it's pretty helpful. It's pretty helpful to keep things stable, because you can always revert versions, and you have tests at all these different layers. Great test boundaries. But it is frustrating when you're trying to pump out stuff really fast and you have to, worry about it, which is why automatic publishing is awesome, can help speed you up. But yeah, does take a while. Oh, it didn't publish. Let's see why. You have unstaged changes. So this usually happens when there's a lock file issue. I'm also noticing this isn't building, but the release might take care of that. I think the big problem is it's using npm. I don't think this project uses npm. Package lock. I guess it does use npm, but it also uses bun. So basically, it's in a bad place. Let's sort of start to get it on the track towards npm. Copy. Paste. That should hopefully publish. So I really want to see the 3D components inside of the snippets thing, which is kind of where we started like 4 hours ago, where we were trying to get to. We did make a lot of progress to that effort, but I don't know if I'll actually be able to do it because I'm supposed to be at a dinner party pretty soon. So I'm going to frantically work towards it, but yeah, we gotta haul. I've also been eating this bag, a 200 calorie bag of sweet potatoes for like 3 hours. Just enough energy. All right, we're published. I don't think this will work yet. I think I need to update core because there were so many dependencies in the stack we had to update. Let me do that before we try to see what's going on. Especially if we run into a bug, I don't want to like be debugging and then realize it's something stupid like that. I wish I had an example thing because we're also kind of relying on the AI generating something with, let's say, 0402 for resistor and LED, and swig 8 for the NA555 timer. Huh, not erroring. Wow, not bad. Oh, okay. Okay. Some stuff definitely does not look right, but that's because we patched in some stuff here. I'm also not 100% sure the footprint is correct. But damn, look at that. Not bad. Not bad. Worth it. Worth it. All right. This was a long stream. Thanks for watching. If you're watching, I think we did something good at the end of it all. So pretty happy with this outcome. That was a lot of work. I hope you can see if you work on JSCAD Electronics how how it's bleeding into this big thing now. So super cool. If you want to get involved with TS Circuit, just go to blog.tscircuit.com or just Google TS Circuit blog. Should probably work. Yeah. And then click this first post and you'll get our kind of introduction to TypeScript and React for Hacktoberfest. Thanks for listening. I will be live a lot in October. But this was a good